Okay, I'm going to call to order the special meeting of the Albany Unified School District Board of Education for Tuesday, April 25th, 2017. May we have a roll call, please?
Student Board Member Greensfelder.
Present.
Student Board Member Yoon.
Present.
Board Member Chutain.
Present.
Board Member Clark.
Here.
Board Member Blanchard.
Here.
Vice President Stapleton Gray.
Here.
President Black.
Here. For those who wish to participate, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a reading of the AUSD mission and vision statement.
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Thank you. Before we approve the agenda, I just want to point out a minor mistake on the agenda. It's labeled regular meeting. This is not a regular meeting. This is a special meeting. So with that correction, can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So this is the way the meeting is going to go tonight. We have two staff reports. The first one is the timeline of events, basically what we know and when we learned it, and what we did about it. And the second is just a summary of policies and practices we have in effect, either have had for a long time or have recently instigated to address problems such as those that we're talking about tonight. Now, these are agendized items. This is an open meeting. So if you have additions or corrections or questions at the appropriate time, I'll ask you to come up to speak. If you can get there, it's best if you come up to the podium. If you can't, you can raise your hand and we'll have somebody with a mic that they can hand you. But if you shout out your questions, nobody will be able to hear them. This is recorded. It's being streamed on on cable and the internet, and nobody will have heard your question if you don't use a mic. If you have general comments or suggestions, that'll be the third part of the meeting. At that point, the board is going to get down off our thrones here and come down in front of the stage, and we want this to be a community conversation. At that point, we still have to ask you to use a mic, but it'll be much more free-flowing, and I have only one request. If you think we did things wrong, that's fine, you can tell us. But please come with suggestions as to what we should have done and how we can do it better. The purpose of this meeting is not to assess blame, but to figure out how to improve things and make sure that these kinds of things don't happen again. With that, we'll start with our first staff report.
Thank you, President Black, trustees, and welcome to the community. The purpose of this item is to report on the timeline of recent events, of the recent racist and anti-Semitic events at Albany High School. For the the staff report portion, I'm going to turn this over to Marie Williams, who is our Director of Student Educational Services. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams. Good evening, Governing Board and community. As our superintendent has indicated, the purpose of this evening's presentation is to provide information regarding the timeline of events that occurred relative to the anti-Semitic events that were reported, as well as the Instagram postings that were reported at Albany High School. In particular, we are going to address what happened and the steps that were taken to address those actions. You'll see that the timeline is projected behind me and outlines the events and activities that occurred for your reference. I also think it might be helpful to provide you with some information around general processes and procedures and best practices that govern actions taken by site administration to address incidents as they occur. And also as a district staff, we've been reviewing this timeline in some detail and wanted to be able to provide some information to the board and to the community about identified areas of need for addressing these situations so that they don't have the opportunity to recur again in the future. So the first set of events that you can see projected on the screen relate to the anti-Semitic activity that occurred over a period of a few months at the high school. In general, I want to share that in general, anytime an event is reported to the site administration by students or by staff, an investigation is initiated. Typically, this would involve gathering written and verbal statements from folks coming forward with the complaint, as well as any relevant witnesses. Also, during the process of an investigation, we do try to obtain as much physical evidence as possible. So you'll see that looking at the timeline, there were some artifacts that were gathered, the laptop that had the keys rearranged, and also the textbook. In both of those cases, through the site's investigation, they weren't able to identify who the persons were responsible for those incidences, but they held on to the information, kept the notes with them. And then when another incident occurred, after these initial incidents, they were able to, in a sense, kind of triangulate who, where, who were the same sets of students that might have been in the classroom where the laptop was, in the classroom where the textbook was, and then begin to call in students and talk to students about what they had seen and about what they had heard relative to these incidents. Through the course of that investigation, they did determine that students had also been Heiling Hitler in the hallways, so performing those gestures in the hallways. And as a result of that investigation, they were able to take action. Excuse me. So you'll see on the third box there for February 2017, at the bottom there, it says appropriate action was taken. Thank you. We also wanted to note that at the time that we published this board agenda, we were contacted by a member of staff who indicated that there was another incident that had occurred in the fall, early fall, that another anti-Semitic event, and that site event was investigated and was handled to the satisfaction of the teacher, but the teacher asked that that also be mentioned at tonight's board meeting, so we wanted to make sure to share that information also with you. So we can't talk specifically about discipline and what discipline students receive, but I will tell you that all of our sites do have published guidelines around behavioral expectations. I do know specifically the high school has published guidelines around actions that are taking to correct behavior when it is identified by the site administration. And so that information is available, I believe, also on our district website for your reference. Going through this process related to these three incidents, we as a district staff working with the site have been able to identify some areas of need moving forward to ensure that these types of things don't have the opportunity to occur again. First and foremost, and we've heard this many times, we recognize there's a need to implement a protocol for timely communication of incidents that arise at the school site. This involves determining what information should be shared when and with whom. The timeline regarding the Instagram account that we'll go over a little bit later does reflect that such a protocol has already been implemented at the high school. And so, for the purposes of that protocol, all incidences of racism and intolerance are to be immediately reported to district office staff. So, myself as the director of student services, and then I would in turn notify my supervisor, the assistant superintendent, and also the superintendent. The purpose of the notification is to ensure that we can provide support to the site, that we can monitor the investigation and ensure satisfactory resolution in that matter.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I might have just missed something. I wonder if you could clarify. Is this reporting in place for the high school or for all the schools in the district?
Currently, this protocol is in place at the high school only.
Thank you.
And I would say, though, that we, as we move forward, recognize that there's a need potentially to expand that protocol and in order to ensure that all sites report incidences that occur. So in addition to the timely communication and developing some additional protocols to address that, we do recognize that this set of incidents has highlighted the need to proactively address incidences of intolerance as they occur on our campuses. This would include providing ongoing education and support to all students about how to speak up and speak out when they are targets of and/or witnesses to incidents of intolerance. As we review the timeline, we see that some of the earlier events occurred and we weren't able to identify any persons that were responsible. But later in the investigation, when we identified and were able to talk to some students, they brought information forward that provided us with more information about what students were doing relative to the performing the Heil Hitler gestures in the hallways. And so had students not brought that information forward, we would not have had that. So we recognize the importance of developing and maintaining a positive climate and culture where students feel like they can come forward and bring that information to us so that we can act on it in a timely manner. I think a little bit later in the presentation, they're going to, Assistant Superintendent Perenni is going to talk a little bit about the work of the task force. And so in this particular area around the education, there are a lot of resources that have been offered and provided. And so part of the work of the task force would be to sift through those resources and identify the best way to provide students and staff and our community with ongoing education. So relative to the second incident, if we can move the screen up a little, advance the screen a little. So when we look at the second set of incidents, we can see that many actions were taken in immediate response to this initial event that occurred on March 20th, where an Instagram account was discovered that included racist and sexist content. Upon being notified of the account, the site administrators immediately notified district office as well as Albany Police Department and began an investigation almost immediately. I happened to be at the site that day on other business and I was able to observe the site immediately initiate an investigation. During the days following, you'll see that a great many more actions were also taken to attempt to address this event. And we recognize as we go through the timeline, again, that there are some areas of need for us as we look at what took place, what occurred in this incident. Again, the question of communication, what communication is shared, when and with whom. We heard at the board meeting from many students who indicated that they weren't provided with a formal notification or information until a couple of days after the event occurred. And so we recognize that as we think about communication and appropriately communicating, that has to involve all of our stakeholders and including our students. We also have talked about the need to address all of the isms on our campus. This event in particular has chiefly involved racism and sexism. And again, we've heard extensive public comment about the other forms of intolerance that exist on campuses and have been reported on campuses, and want to make sure that in our efforts to address this situation, we don't leave other situations unaddressed also. I was reminded today of the quotation by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And so we really believe that by taking a look at our policies and procedures and practices for addressing intolerance in general, then these incidences would be less likely that these would occur. Another of our learnings in this incident, especially as we go down to the events of the SEEDS facilitated restorative justice process and the student sit-in. So as we reflect on those events, we recognize in hindsight that despite our best intentions to bring about a swift and positive resolution for all of our students, wanting to ensure that we had a restorative process in place to restore the students and the campus, there was an issue with the co-location of that process and the student sit-in protesting racism that occurred at the same time on the campus. And so our takeaway from that has been that the events in and of themselves, our attempts in and of themselves were great attempts, but that maybe had we been more trained in crisis response, we might have taken a different approach to implementing these two events that happened on the campus. So we recognize that providing the timeline is just the first step in identifying what happened, and that ultimately, really the work that needs to be done here is addressing the events that occurred and actions that we intend to take to move forward in order that these events don't have the opportunity to occur again. We know that it won't be a process that occurs overnight, but we certainly are committed to ensuring that all of our students feel safe and all of our campuses are welcoming for all students.
Can you scroll up to where it goes from March 31st to April 21st? There you go. Thank you very much. Another additional information the board asked at the last board meeting was to provide an update as to what has been happening up until today in the area to address some of these issues. And so I wanted to add a couple of other things. At Albany High School, the administration initiated classroom visits. The co-administrators visited every classroom to review expectations for behavior with all students and to also offer opportunities and where students can go if they had anything to report. I'd mentioned in the last board meeting about having community conversation and engaging the community, various stakeholder groups, so that everybody has an input into ideas and suggestions for how we can address these issues. I'm talking about the racism and all other forms of intolerance, including bullying and harassment. Albany Middle School has conducted a community conversation, as did Cornell, and Ocean View has one scheduled, I believe, for next Wednesday. I did want to share that Albany Middle School did, the leadership group, or excuse me, their leadership team did look at the feedback from that community conversation. And with the board's indulgence, I'd like to just read a few things of what they came up with. So at the leadership meeting on Monday, they discussed suggestions from the community meeting, and they came up with some of these suggestions. One is teaching students understanding of racism, anti-Semitism, bigotry, as well as the power and meaning of racial slurs, culturally offensive words, and to explain why these are offensive. Teaching students the history of different cultures embedded in social studies curriculum. Diversification of the teaching staff, hiring staff that reflects more the diversity of the student body. Assemblies with guest speakers who are survivors of genocide or Holocaust survivors. Professional development for teachers on cultural competency, that is age appropriate for students, working through challenging conversations, and how to, maybe the teachers can teach in teams. Places for students to submit concerns. They still have their name, but they don't have to approach an adult if a student feels that he or she, or the student feels that they cannot reach out to an adult. Providing assistance for teachers on working with students on how to be an ally. Parents wanting a way to connect and be more involved at Albany Middle School. And at the beginning of the year, have lessons to teach on what hate speech is and what the consequences are, including other forms of mistreatment and harassment, and share what the consequences are, but as well as how to receive help. And then the students and parents would have involvement in this. So I wanted to share a little bit of what the middle school has been doing since then, as well as the some of the other community conversations are going on. And if you want, I can speak to the task force a little bit later if you'd like, or if you'd like me to do it now. So, okay. So the community conversations, the purpose is to really create and nurture a safe environment for all students in our schools. And we want to make sure that we look at what is working well. We've got great programs in place, and you'll see a list, I think, in the next item of what's happening at our elementary schools, what is happening at our middle school, what is happening at our high school. But it's also an opportunity for us to look at where the gaps are. Where do we need enhancement? And do we need to provide some additional resources and services? So the task force, and we've sent this out into the community, is for the task force to come together, and task force is ideally about 12 to 15 people, to help us with facilitating the community conversations with a wide variety of stakeholder groups. And that means we want to hear from our students as well, okay? And not just at the high school. We want to hear what our middle school students have to say, and in an age-appropriate way, what some of our elementary students have to say. The task force will then gather ideas on a wide variety of these topics and sift through all this information. Then we'll be prioritizing and preparing a set of recommendations to staff and to the school board. And then periodically, I believe that they should be monitoring the implementation. I want this to be a very transparent process where meeting minutes are taken and that it is publicized out to the general public. So that's just, and we have put a call out to our anybody who's interested in being on the task force. And Mr. Parenti, can you address about how many people we have so far?
Good evening. My name is Peter Parenti. I'm the assistant superintendent, and we published this call for a task force on April 21st. That's about 4 days ago. We have about 40 people so far who've replied with a letter of interest. Almost all of them are parents and community members here in Albany.
Okay, so are there specific groups that you would like to have represented who you haven't heard from yet?
Yes, thank you for asking. I would, and I think it's going to take a little more time. We have a very, very little interest so far expressed from staff members, teachers, leaders, and so far no students have stepped forward.
Okay. If there's someone in the audience now who wants to express interest, is there a way they can tell you this evening?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. They're raising their hands.
Okay, good.
Certainly.
Okay, so is there a way we can pass a sheet around for people to sign? And get some contact information, your name, email address, and whether you're a student or a parent or what your relationship is.
And if for some reason that piece of paper does not get to you, I will be here after the board meeting. You can please come up and talk to myself or Mr. Parenti.
Thank you. Okay, is that...
Yes, and we can provide additional information as the board
Okay,
wishes.
so now, unfortunately, this table's straight, so I can't see everybody. So if you want to speak, please raise your hand so I can see you're there. Charlie?
So I had one question about the timeline. And I noticed that in the first set of incidents, the first block related to the anti-Semitic incidents, there's nothing stated there about when that was reported to the district office. And I wonder if you could clarify that for us, please?
Yes, I can. The incident occurred on March the 8th, and it was reported to me on March 23rd.
So I do have a follow-up question. And going through our various board policies and ARs, I do note that anytime there is a suspension, that is to be reported immediately to the district office. That's in our AR on suspensions and expulsions.
All suspensions.
Suspensions too. Yeah, so it's in that AR on suspensions and expulsions.
And I would say that the practice at the sites is to send us copies of the suspension forms. And so I don't know if the practice has become that becomes the form of the notification, but that's typically how we become informed in student services that a suspension has occurred, is that the form is emailed to us.
Okay, and does that form contain information about the reason for the suspension?
Yes, the form that's sent is the actual suspension form is emailed to student services.
I'd like to add, please, however,
Mhm.
given these recent events, especially with the anti-Semitic event, was one of the reasons why I hate to say I gave a directive. We created the protocol at the high school at this time, is that all incidents that are related to issues around racism, intolerance, bullying, harassment are reported to our office immediately.
Thank you, and that's a logical extension of what we already have. I mean, I am reading this straight out of the AR on suspensions and expulsions, and so what you're describing there is an appropriate extension of what is said here about suspensions.
Thanks. Other board members? Questions or comments? Okay, before we open it to the audience, I have a couple of comments about the timeline. There's a lot more in the written timeline that was in the agenda packet, but it's probably hard for you to read up there on the screen, about the events that happened after the Instagram account was revealed. And I just want to comment that things did not go smoothly. I think that's an understatement. It's not an excuse, but the fact that these things happen very rarely in Albany is at least part of the reason why our response wasn't as appropriate as it could have been, because we didn't have practice doing it. So we want to learn from this and make sure that we have guidelines and that we practice our response, so that if anything like this were to ever happen again, we would respond more carefully and more immediately. We did make an attempt at restorative justice, which I think is a good thing in general, but the specific application of it in this case did not work. And I'm hoping that next time we'll do better. Did you want to comment on that?
Actually, I'd like to add some things, and thank you very much. We're really taking a very hard look at the events that occurred. We don't want this type of event to happen again, especially in terms of the response and how it was handled. I think in addition to what Marie Williams was saying about doing a better job at communicating, we need to take a hard look at how we communicate internally as well as externally. We need to review and revise the Albany High School response plan so that we can make sure there is a clear protocol on who makes decisions on what areas of support are needed, as well as what is the clear protocol for making decisions before they escalate. And I want to make this clear. We really, in hindsight and in retrospect, could have made different decisions. What I have learned about restorative justice in speaking with a couple of folks from UC Berkeley, as well as doing a bit of reading, restorative justice is not something you just bring in a crisis and put it down and say, do this. Restorative justice is something that you build into your community so that there's trust built, and that the purpose of restorative justice is to bring people back into that community so that they are productive members and responsible citizens. I think we need to take a look at this for every incident that occurs so that we don't just have discipline that is a suspension, that we really look at how do we reintegrate kids back into their school community, and that they absolutely learn about what is expected and why hate speech and issues of racism and intolerance are not acceptable.
Thanks. Okay, so this is just the discussion about the timeline, about events that occurred. We will have more about what our policies are, and of course the discussion at the end. But if you want to come up and ask questions or make comments about the timeline, now would be the time to do it. If you can get out of your seat and up to the podium, that would be best. If you can't, raise your hand and somebody will try to get a microphone to you.
Good evening. My name is Max Weintraub. One question has to do with the interaction with the police. According to the media accounts, the police were involved, then not involved, then they became involved again. Has there been any resolution on number one? And number two, has this event altered how the school system is thinking about when they may or may not have the police involved, or how the police may be involved?
Superintendent?
I think I can answer part of your question. There was involvement with the Albany Police Department during the sit-in, as well as what occurred afterwards.
Actually, before that, the police were called to investigate as a hate crime.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. So maybe I can help you with it. I think that's where you were going. Oh, thank you very much for the clarification. So yes, the site contacted the police department. I can report to you that the Albany Police Department started an investigation. What I have been told was that they contacted the hate crimes, I'm going to call it the hate crimes division. Please forgive me if I don't have the exact terminology. I think it's at the county, and I believe it is that group that determines whether something is a hate crime or not. And they then informed the police department. So I do know that there was that conversation that happened. And again, please do not quote me on this. I'm just going to give you the layman's terms of my understanding, okay? The police do the investigation, and I believe that what they do is they work with, I guess, the district attorney's office on whether it goes forward or whether the case remains open, those kinds of things. I cannot speak to the details of that. That might be something that you reach out to the police chief or the police department to do that. But I was told that this was not it was determined that it was not a hate crime. Okay. I want to answer the second part of your question, but I want to make sure I understood what you were asking me, and just in terms of, well, let me ask, I'm sorry, did the board hear a second part of the question? Because I want to make sure I don't answer something that was not the second part. Thank you.
I apologize. Just to clarify, the second part of the question was, has the series of events and the fact that the police came in and out at different points altered or created an opportunity for you all to give some reconsideration about when the police may be involved or may not be involved, what role they may play? as going forward?
Yes, thank you. We definitely will be reaching out to the Albany Police Chief, and he and I talk fairly often, I will say. And yes, we value their partnership and their expertise in working on this. And I think that whether an incident happens and things go well or they don't go well, is an opportunity to get together and look at how we could make it better. Okay, so for example, we have amazing counselors at the high school. We really have great counselors and a mental health team. There are a lot of things that happened well. At the same time, it's always good to review what worked well. And I think the same thing can be said for what happens with our partnership with the police. What are some things that worked well? Where were the gaps? And where are ways that we can make it better? And we probably will need to incorporate that into the Albany High School response plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eula McKnight. I'm a parent of a student who would be at Albany, but is not. And I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate the opening comment about how this is not a time to assign blame, and I definitely want to honor that. But part of what I'm having a problem with is that you guys are putting up a timeline, and as a person who isn't even at the high school, I know there are tons of stuff that's missing on this. And I kind of feel like this is another example of the board where you have this constant refrain that these incidents don't happen that often. And me as a community person, I want to know when things are happening. Hold on. Okay. My point is this. I know for a fact, because I was there on that Thursday when the sit-in was in, that there was a student who was in the restorative justice who's texting people talking about how, oh, I'm just chilling. That's not on there. Do you know what it's like to be a student who's actually been bullied and harassed and realize that what's happened to them is not worthy of note by you? You guys are a board that is representing students. Nothing on the students is up there. The only thing that's up there is what the board is worried about being sued for. You need to talk to the students.
Well, to go on a similar subject as the man who talked before me, I'd like to ask about another event to do with the restorative justice, which isn't up there. If we're going to talk about bullying and we're going to talk about other things of the like that aren't up there, I'd like to talk about the student whose nose was broken. I don't see anywhere up there that a rally was encouraged. A rally was encouraged that broke a student's nose. That's physical harm. That's a dangerous school environment. And that was allowed to occur. The administration let students sit out there and corner people in the restorative justice session. And that resulted in somebody getting hurt. But that's not on the timeline.
Charlie?
I wonder if we could clarify that. I thought I did see that on the timeline.
Well, it wasn't read out, but it is up there. But you can't have the whole timeline on it.
There's a lot buried in some of those paragraphs, but could we just clarify, was that particular incident included in the timeline, or was it not?
It's included in the timeline, but a little bit vaguely, because as has been mentioned more than once, our lawyers are breathing down our necks about what we can and can't say. We cannot make any specific statements about specific students or what was or was not done with or to specific students. In the case of the physical assault, the students involved are very easily identifiable, so we really can't say anything specific about our response other than acknowledging that the event happened. Ross?
Yeah, and we could actually do that pretty much straightforwardly. We are allowed to talk about anything that is a publicly observable event. Sort of lurking in the background of all of this is the issue around FERPA. So there is a federal regulation that says you cannot reveal student records, you cannot reveal personally identifying information, and the original intent of that is to ensure that any given student's privacy is protected. And I think there's a very broad range of potential interpretations of that. I took the pains to call the Department of Education and talk to folks in the Office of Student Privacy about what latitude we might have, and I and the district's lawyers differ significantly on that. And there is a big gray area. I'm not going to tonight run roughshod over their opinion on this, but I think it's really important that this issue be raised in this aspect and looking at all aspects of what happened. According to the folks at Department of Education and according to attorneys I've talked to who deal with, well, one of them is supporting student journalists, so on the interest of getting more information out. With FERPA, you can talk in generalities. You can say there was an incident. It involved a number of students. Some number of them have been suspended. Some may be expelled. There will be board hearings on expulsions, or maybe there won't be. Those sorts of things can be said. You don't come to a full stop and say, I'm sorry, it has to deal with students, therefore we can't say. And there's pretty broad latitude of what you can talk about if it isn't a student record. The school has lots of things. If a kid is in class, that's a student record. If a kid is got a D in his math test, that's a student record. If a student in front of the school punches another student, that is not a student record. It's actually a police record. You're free to ask the police department about that. And they'll probably say, they may say it was a minor. They may say we can't tell you who it was given that there's an ongoing investigation. But they'll tell you that someone got hit. You should be able to say somebody got hit. And that's an aspect of this timeline. And we shouldn't sort of lurk in the background and say appropriate steps were taken, can't say more. I would welcome, I'm not going to tonight say everything I think ought to be said about the incidents, but I'd absolutely welcome any of you contacting me, and I'll talk to you to the extent I feel it's appropriate to talk about these things, because I think there's an enormous latitude. And FERPA, as originally intended, was to protect student privacy, not smother community awareness of incidents.
So apparently some people need a definition of what a reaction is. So the broken nose, the boy who got his nose broken, was a reaction to what happened at this school. Okay? So a reaction to what happened at this school is what I was saying. The civil rights movement is a reaction to racism. Reactions are based on what happened. So breaking someone's nose is pretty nasty, right? It's pretty gross. It hurts, right? So imagine how bad someone would have had to been hurt to have a reaction that bad. So I know that the pictures that were put up aren't up here because it's pretty nasty, right? And not everyone wants to see everything that's nasty and nitty-gritty because people don't want to see it. There's a reason they don't want to see it. It's disgusting. You wouldn't want to see the pictures. You wouldn't want them to constantly pop into your mind when you're in class and you have to sit with those disgusting people every day. So, that reaction, I think, was completely justified because people have a right to feel their emotions. They have a right to feel the nastiness that's been thrown in their face.
Good evening. My name is Ann Harris. I live in San Jose. Took me about 3 hours to drive up here this afternoon. I decided to give myself a title. I'm an ambassador change agent. The reason we don't know what to do when these things occur is because we've never been allowed to address how we got here. But this is a transition period. We are going to be transitioning into a different culture in the country. We've all really been bamboozled. We've been lied to. And we have to go back now to ground zero and talk about it. I recently saw the documentary, I'm Not Your Negro, and it's a very profound, powerful documentary. Everyone in the country should be required to see it because it tells us how we got here. It tells us where we came from and how we got here and what we must do going forward in order to have a place that's livable for all of us. I don't like the word tolerance. I never did. It still implies that something is wrong with somebody when there's really nothing wrong with anyone. But because we were lied to all these down through the ages, and none of us who are here now created it. This has been handed down to us. The country started out with slavery, violence, and racism. That's how we got to where we are now. But the difference is we have the tools now. We have the visuals. That documentary will tell us everything we need to know about how we got here and where we must go. And we can have the conversations now. You're going to need facilitators. You're going to need an environment where people can express whatever they want to say, however they want to say it, and not get a response immediately. The response needs to come later. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Where did you get it from? Where did it come from? So we must be educated. We couldn't do it before. No one can talk about it. Not the journalists, no one. So every now and then you notice people would come out and say something on the air and they would be fired. But it's in the culture. We have to change this culture. The only way we can change it is by having the discussions. When Obama spoke at both those mass funerals, the one where the 9 people were massacred, I happened to be in Charleston back in June, and the one where the white police officers had their lives taken. When that happened, I said, we have to talk about how we got here. This didn't happen to us overnight. We won't be able to fix it overnight, but we can talk about it now. We must have the discussions. We must fix the problems that originated when we had no control over it. My history is something that I talk to people about. I worked 55 years. I raised 9 children. I have 19 grandchildren and 28 great-grandchildren. Right now, my time here is short, but I plan to do as much as I can to fix our society so that I can leave a better place for my children and my grandchildren. I raised 5 daughters and 3 sons. Racism killed my middle son. He lived in Honolulu for 9 years. They only let him work 3 years. They really didn't want him to work at all. Right now, in this culture, it's said that black people are lazy. We want entitlements, which we're entitled to get entitlements if that was what we wanted, but we were never trying to get entitlements. We just needed a job and to be treated decent in the workplace. That still has to come. I have a 60-year-old. He wanted to take a plumbing apprenticeship. He wasn't allowed to do that. Nobody hires black plumbers in this country, in this county. Well, in this area. I have a 57-year-old daughter who had to walk away from Safeway after 17 years. She did her job. She did it well. but it still wasn't good enough. She was so broke down, I don't know if she'll be able to work at all ever again.
Ma'am?
This
excuse
is what
me.
happens. So, in any way, we have to start at ground zero and to come forward. We're going to need facilitators, and we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we have a suggestion for a documentary. I'm Not Your Negro. Would staff look into that, see if it's available for showing, and if we can arrange a way to show it and have conversations around it if it's appropriate to do so?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Don Driscoll, and I saw the student who spoke, two speakers before me, cry after she spoke, and as a parent, it tears at my heart. My stepfather was black. I know how he would have felt if my stepsister had gone through this. And I want to express my deepest sympathy. I know it hurts. At the same time, we cannot endorse violence. We cannot simply say we understand and that it's a reasonable response. We have to act in a civilized fashion. And the school and the school board has to communicate that message. I saw a member of the school board smiling after the student suggested that violence was an appropriate reaction. I'm afraid that the administration, by not mentioning the broken nose, and the school board with a member smiling at this suggestion that violence was the appropriate response, I'm afraid the school board and this administration are actually encouraging violence, making the schools less safe. And I think it's important to make our schools safe, even if it isn't that important to you to make our school board safe. Surely your lawyers tell you not to communicate messages verbally or non-verbally that violence is the solution. Thank you.
If I can intercede once more, we do want to hear from all of you. Right now, we're supposed to be talking just about the timeline. So if you have comments around other issues, it might be better to save them for later so that we have time to get there. But please proceed.
Does anybody in back of me have something on the timeline? Does anyone want to speak on the timeline? Can you show of hands if you want to speak on the timeline? Because I don't want to take that away from him.
Come on up if you want.
If you want to speak on the timeline, please come forward because I don't want to speak on the timeline.
Sorry, just real quick. My name is Zoe Francesca. I just wanted to get a clarification. Val Williams, you mentioned an incident on March 8th that was resolved on March 21st, but there's nothing on there regarding that. I didn't know if it was a separate incident or if it's on the list.
No, I can clarify. This was the incident that's on the timeline where the students were walking through the halls doing the Heil Hitler. That was an incident that occurred on March 8th that this Ms. Williams addressed about how the administration, it was reported to them, they did investigate and they did take action. It was reported to me on the 23rd by the principal.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you should just revise the timeline because it says February. There's nothing there for March. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
There's a timeline of millennia, and I want to quote the Lorax, and I want to speak directly to the European descended people on the board, or Nordics, if there are any of you up there. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. This question of using the word intolerance, to tolerate usually means to put up with. And it seems to be it's a matter of European descended people putting up with everybody else. And I propose that you get a little more realistic and start talking about oppression. Thank you.
I just have Miles King.
I apologize. I thought I put that on vibrate. I apologize. I had it on vibrate, but I didn't have the volume all the way down.
Hi, I'm Miles King. I'm the Associated Student Body Vice President at Albany High School. I just have a few clarifying questions. So I heard mention of protocols and plans being developed. I'm just wondering, like, when we can expect those to be developed and implemented? Like, if you can say, like, in a month they'll be ready to go, or...
I can answer the question about the reporting protocol is in effect for the Albany High School. I mentioned at the last board meeting, it is currently in effect. When I gave the, when I notified the Albany High School administration that it was in effect was the day it went into effect.
Okay.
I think the other question you had was...
Like curriculum changes, stuff like that, or, you know, tolerance. Sorry, not.
So that is going to take some time. There are processes in place at various levels, the high school, the middle school, and elementary school, in looking at curriculum. So for example, and I'm going to kind of give you a very broad base, at the high school, there is actually a process by which a group of, I think it's teachers, administrators get together and they work on curriculum. This is not about taking away curriculum or throwing out curriculum. There's a lot of good curriculum that's happening. There are a lot of good programs that are in place. So it is going to take some time to examine it, to look at what is effective, what's working, what needs to be adjusted. That's going to take a lot of conversation amongst staff. And it might be that depending on the site, it's going to look a little bit differently from, I'll say, age appropriate, elementary to middle to high school. So that will take more time.
And then I just have a quick question. You mentioned that a lot of discussions are happening at the elementary schools, like I think the upcoming one at Ocean View next Wednesday. Can we do something like that at Albany High School, or are we going to, or why can't we?
Yes. Okay, so what I really appreciate about our sites is that the principals are already working on having some of these community conversations. So it happened at Albany Middle School first. Cornell had theirs, I think, last week, and Ocean View will engage in theirs. That's not the only groups that will be holding these community conversations. Okay, so part of the task force is to also help us reach out to the community and hold those conversations. Okay, and who is the best to facilitate those? So yes, they will happen at the high school. We want to have them with staff. We definitely want to have them with students. And when I say staff, I mean all staff, not only teachers, but we're talking support staff or classified staff.
Thank you.
We had a suggestion at an earlier board meeting about a teach-in at the high school. Has that been considered?
I'm going to let staff answer that, but the teaching?
I believe I see students in the audience who'll know a lot more about this than I do, but excuse me.
Hi, I'm Leon. I'm a junior at Albany High. I am part of that group of students that talked to you about leading teach-ins. You earlier were talking about the task force, and to quote, you said no students have shown interest. I want to remind you that myself and a dozen of my peers took 3 hours of our time and your time to talk about leading this. We've already gained the approval of English teachers. I just spent the lunch with Principal Rosenbaum yesterday talking about this. So I want to acknowledge that there's no mention of that on the timeline.
Thank you. We will add it to the timeline.
The second, or technically the first question, because that was not a question, was that throughout your summary of what's been going on, I heard a lot of hindsight conclusions, you know. It didn't work the way we planned it to. And I'm wondering, especially having brought up the restorative justice session that quote unquote did not work, I want to hear the board and the administration's take on why that didn't work. And what is it that you want to change? What is it that you're going to do different so that it will work the next time?
That's a great question.
I think relative to the restorative justice process, one of the things that was not working in our favor was that we were working to implement a process pretty quickly to support the campus as students were returning. And so one of the things that maybe didn't work in hindsight was we didn't have an opportunity to maybe vet other resources that might have been available. A resource was recommended, and we moved forward to implement that resource. So that might be certainly one of the things we would want to change moving forward is vetting maybe other resources more thoroughly before moving forward. And I think the other that didn't work that we didn't anticipate, as I said, was the co-location of these two things happening at the same time on the campus. And I don't know how, other than kind of really trying to work on a more appropriate crisis response plan for a future eventuality that we hope won't occur. I think in that instance we couldn't see kind of how the events were coming together, maybe potentially to create the incident that occurred. So that would be something that we would want to take a look at and make sure that we have some better process in place that as something were beginning to brew like that again, we could take swifter and surer action to bring about a desired outcome.
My name is Aileen Pearson, and my timeline question has to do with the time lapse between when the first anti-Semitic event occurred in October to when the district actually acknowledged the community that these issues had occurred. So I understand the superintendent's explanation that there was that it was difficult to identify the students who were involved in these incidents early on in the fall. But with your new district response plan, I'm wondering if you have a process in place for when, if something like this happens again, that you will bring it to light and you will involve the community and you will try to bring these issues out instead of hiding them. So yeah, my question is, will your response plan bring these issues up to the community when they occur, as opposed to waiting months until parents start asking questions and demanding answers?
So thank you for your question. As we look at the response plan, and I'm not going to say this is just for the high school, as we look at a response plan across the district at our schools, we're going to have to take a close look at the communication piece of this. What communication needs to be communicated directly to the parents of the kids who are directly involved in the incident? One of the things I think that I'm looking for in this new protocol where we're notified is I'm looking for patterns, because I've heard this community clearly say these are not isolated incidents, that these are incidents that have gone on for years. I even heard someone mention a previous board meeting might have gone on for decades. So I'm trying to look for patterns. Will we report out every single incident that happens at any of our school sites? I think if I did that, we would be reporting things all the time. So give me just a couple of seconds on this. When incidents happen at the elementary school, I know that the sites use their discretion in how to have teachable moments for students. Yes, if they receive consequences, it's age appropriate. Parents are contacted, and the goal is to work towards the student not repeating that behavior. For me to report out every single incident to the community, I think would not be necessarily in everybody's best interest, I'm not sure, but I'm not sure it would be a benefit. I think what this community is asking for is, if we're seeing that these are incidents of intolerance and hate behavior and racism, that we let the community know that there is an issue and how we are addressing it. I think that's what I'm hearing. And obviously, if something rises to the level of this incident with the Instagram account, yes, we do report that out to the community. So we're going to be looking at what is appropriate to communicate, when is it appropriate to communicate, and to whom do we communicate?
Good evening. God, I'm still in the afternoon. My name is Cheryl Thies, and I'm a parent here in the district. I'm also a disability rights advocate at a local disability rights organization. I just want to echo what some earlier speakers said in terms of the need to be transparent. And that means to ask our young people, and I want to remind you one of our mottos in disability rights, but it comes because we see disability rights as civil rights, is nothing about us without us. The young people are the people that we really need to be hearing from and their input considered. But also from parents. I can tell you personally that I deal with calls from parents all the time, not just in our district, but certainly more than a few, around elementary and middle school comments, problems, bullying, etc. And we need to put it out in the light of day. Before we start making a plan and moving forward, and I appreciate, Superintendent, your comment about not being reactive, being more proactive. Many of these incidents have a whole bunch of history behind them. And many of our students and many of our parents can tell you, we have students who have been suspended from this district and expelled even from this district, where when you go through the history, there's disproportionate discipline here, just like there are in other districts. So many of our African American and Latino students are suspended and expelled at higher rates for complicated reasons. And unless we deal with and give an opportunity to the entire community to say, we want to air this, it's a festering wound in the district. It's silent, it's quiet, and it's destructive. So I just want to encourage some process by which people, even if it's not the school site reporting to you, that parents, community members, people can come forward and air all of this in the light of the day. Before we start working on solutions, we need to know how big the problem is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Jordan Swan. I'm a teacher here at the high school, but I'm also a parent of a student here. And Val, my question follows up with what you were saying. This is what I was wondering, is because the timeline ends somewhere at the end of March or something, right? But because I'm on site, I know that there have been numerous incidences that have happened since then. And to say that they don't rise to the level, or I'm not sure what you're saying, but I feel like, and my son feels like, you're not talking about it, you're not telling us what your actions are, so they must have not gotten in trouble, or it wasn't that important, or something like that. And so, while I'm sure we don't want to hear every time someone uses a swear word, but if somebody has a swastika button on the back of their jacket, I want to know that. I want to know that it's still going on. A kid's still doing the Heil Hitlers in the hallway. As a parent, I need to know that. And if it's a weekly bulletin, I don't know how we can get that information, because these are not one-time incidences. They are happening and they're continuing to happen. And we need to know that you guys are doing something.
Do you mind if I respond to that? So yes, thank you. I'm going to applaud that also. Thank you very much, Carla. This is the kind of information that I want, or responses and suggestions I want, even in the community conversations, and so I'm glad we're actually having our community here. So yes, I think we can work on a way that we can provide, I'm going to say, regular updates to the community about these issues. And so I'm just going to use this by way of an example. One of the reasons why I want to know when issues are happening is so that we can start collecting some hard data, so that I can say, we're having this issue, we know it because of these incidents that are happening. We're not going to be able to track whether we're doing a good job of responding to or being proactive and putting, I'll say, programs and strategies and best practices in place unless we start collecting this data now. Because I'd like to see a year from now or a month from now as we go along that the incidents are decreasing. And it may be that they're increasing because of the reporting. I think it's also important to have that reporting so that people feel comfortable and safe to report. So I'm in agreement with you. I think we would need to work out some of the specifics of that, but I think regular reporting is a very good idea.
I have a follow-up question to that, because as I understand it, if a student does something, there is a record. There's a swastika or Heil Hitler, to me that should be a suspendable behavior, right? It's hate speech. So if the teachers admin are writing these referrals, they're going to you, right? So isn't that data, how many referrals you're getting on a regular basis and suspension? Isn't there a stack of papers somewhere that we could start sifting through and figuring out the data?
Suspensions are reported to the district office, but referrals, like a classroom teacher referral, wouldn't be reported to the district office. So if it were entered in the student information system, ARIES, there would be a record of it there potentially, but it would have to be provided in Aries for us to be able to capture it. We don't. My understanding is that those referrals, depending on how they come, sometimes they come via email, sometimes they're notes scratched on a piece of paper. Those often will end up maybe in the student's file, so we would need some way for that information to be captured electronically so that we could process those large amounts of
So
data.
better tracking system to make sure you guys get all that. Okay, that sounds good.
Thanks. I'm going to take one more comment now because we have two more agenda items and you can speak after any of them. But I'd like to move on to the next staff report and then continue the conversation. So I know you've been waiting a long time, so please.
Thank you. I hadn't planned on speaking on this, and I just noticed you missed something. I planned on speaking when you talk about.
Well, you
what to
can
do.
come up and speak again later.
Actually, I'd rather you send a microphone back there so I don't have to trek back down here. Sure. But I'm going to sound like an echo because my name is also Cheryl, and I'm also a disability rights advocate. And I also believe in nothing about us without us. So, listen, there's quite a bit missing from this timeline that's disturbing. But the key thing that's bothering me is that, well, first of all, there's a typo here because it says the event date was October 2016. The action date was October 2017. So unless we can see in the future, I think there's it meant to say October 2016 right there. But the key thing that's bothering me is, you know, when I first heard about the anti-Semitic issue, it bothered me more than anything. And as a Muslim person, it bothered me because I knew that when there's anti-Semitic issues, not far behind it, they're going to be gender and racial issues that are going to come behind it. So to not address the anti-Semitism right off the bat and let the community know about it right off the bat, you're inviting the other isms to creep in. So you have to deal with the first thing that comes up as an ism, and you've got to hit it hard, and you've got to let everybody know that this is where we stand as a district. Not addressing it for 20 some odd days, not only was it a mistake, it was an open door invitation for these young people to say, hey, if they can get away with this, then I can get away with the rest of it. But what's missing up there is the rest of the things that happened after that. So that's disturbing to me. What's also disturbing in this list of what happened during an investigation was what were the other actions taken during the investigation. I don't see, you know, when exactly were the police brought in. The first question that was asked, there was a gentleman who came up asking that question, and that's still not very clear of when exactly were the police brought in. I know you answered the question, but that's not detailed here. And what were they told, and to what extent? I do this for a living. I deal with EEO investigations for a living. I've been doing it for almost 25 years. And I'm really not clear on how this was handled or mishandled, as it were. And, you know, I understand that it's, for most of you, this is something that was new and it caught you off guard and you were trying to do restorative justice. It doesn't just look bad. It's bad. And it's bad from the aspect of now you want to move forward, but none of this, can you scroll up just a little bit so we can see some of the more recent dates? As I read through it and I started looking at, oh, well, we had these meetings and we had these talks and we had these suggestions and we did these classroom visits and we did all this. Every time the community got notice of any of this was the day before, the day of, or this just happened. So you're still continuing the process of not giving any notification or giving very little notification. And I don't know if some of you, but some of us got to go to work. So you're still the timeline, which, and this falls in line with your timeline theory, is you're still not getting the impact of not communicating effectively with those of us who are entrusting you with those of us who we hold most dear, and that's our children. You're still not getting that all of this is affecting each and every one of these children. And to tell me at 9 a.m., when I might not even be looking at my email, that there's a meeting that's happening at 3:30 in the afternoon at Albany Middle School today to discuss what's gonna happen next week. That's not giving anybody enough notice. Or at Cornell Middle School is gonna be hosting a community meeting on Thursday at 3:30. I might have a meeting on Thursday at 3:30 that I can't get out of. Give some adequate notice. Get some community input before you schedule the meeting. Does that make any sense to anybody other than me? Maybe just me. But some of us need to schedule things. This is too important to leave wavering in the wind and saying, well, we got to hurry up and get it out there. Plan. Just like you planned this one, plan those. And don't just say, Miss Williams, oh, it's going to happen at Albany High. That young man asked a very legitimate question. When are we going to do this at Albany High? This is where all the issues are. All the issues at Albany High. Why are we over at Cornell? Well, it's going to come eventually to Albany High. No. The young man got a broke nose over at Albany High. You should have been over at Albany High first. Or simultaneously. But don't just put them off. Let's figure out a way to do this in a very professional, thought out, with a lot of forethought on how we're going to make this happen. And the task force is a great way to make that happen, but it won't happen if all the faces and all the thinking processes are the same.
Thank you. We're going to have the second staff report now, and then there will be a comment period after that. And then we'll have a general conversation, so there's plenty more opportunity to speak.
Thank you, President Black. This staff report, the purpose is to provide information regarding our Albany district policies and practices that address bullying and intolerance. I'm going to turn this back over again to Marie Williams, who will, sorry.
Yeah, just by the way, I really appreciate the comments people have made on the word tolerance and intolerance, and I'm sensitive to that. It's not a good word. Any of you have a better word, please let us know. Well, oppression is not tolerance. I want the other side of it. Inclusion. Inclusion, acceptance, respect, okay? So let's not say tolerance, intolerance. Let's talk about inclusion, respect, acceptance. Thank you.
So I'm going to turn this over to Marie Williams for this next staff report.
So I will try to do my best not to use language that's offensive as we move forward. So this second presentation provides the opportunity for us to review our current district policies and practices around a variety of topics, including conduct, discipline, non-discrimination, harassment, and bullying. We provide these board policies and administrative regulations to you so that we can take a look at the extent to which our district's current practice aligns with these policies as written. All of our board policies and admin regs are available on our district's website. They are easily searchable. by anybody. You can use a keyword to search. When you first go to the website, it looks fairly daunting, but I encourage you, if there's a question that you want answered or information that you are seeking around the district's policies and practices, the board policies are written in great layman's terms, and with some searching, you can find the information that you're looking for. So I was chiefly concerned with looking at the policies in the 5000 series. The 5000 series of our board policies have just to do with working with students outside of the classroom. So information about things like work permits, inter-district attendance, immunizations, those are the kinds of topics that are included in that 5000 series that deals with students. So if you could go to the next slide. Okay. So here you can see the particular policies that I looked at. So a board policy around conduct, one around bullying, one around discipline, one around non-discrimination and harassment, and one around hate-motivated behavior. There are some copies of these policies on the back table. We also did provide copies of the policies governing student disturbances, as well as suspension, expulsion, due process. Those copies are at the back of the table for you also. So board policy is often not the most stimulating reading, but provides a really great starting point for us as we are seeking to answer questions. What do I do when? What happens when? What steps should be taken in the event of? So often the first step that I will take is to go and find a board policy that would address that particular topic. What you'll find in the board policy, well, board policies in general, is that the board policies are more concerned with generalities. They provide statements of kind of belief and philosophy around a particular topic. And then the administrative regulations really outline the steps that are to be taken to enforce that board policy. When you read a board policy, the word shall should be a flag. The word shall in a board policy, the district shall. I interpret that to mean this is something we have to do. It's different than the district may, and you'll find that language also in a board policy. So for the purposes of this item, what I did was go through these and some other board policies and identify all the places where the district shall. So what is it that we should be doing relative to the implementation of these particular policies that you see? Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you, Dax. So on the next slide, you will see some general themes that emerge when you take a look at all of these board policies and the one administrative regulation. And so all of the topics aren't covered in all of the policies, but in general, you will find information about procedures for reporting complaints. You'll find direction around how to develop, implement, and distribute guidelines. You'll find information about staff training on a whole host of topics. You'll find information about resources that are available to students, about classroom instruction and training, and then also information about family notification procedures. And that last one really has to do with, in many of our policies, the final sentence will say something to the effect of, the district shall annually provide a copy of this notice to families at the beginning of the year. And so that's what that notification is that there is a requirement on our part to provide you with that policy so that you know that it exists. Because if you don't know that it exists, you can't know what is included and what our obligations are. And I know that board policy, again, is not a place that we often always want to go to find information. So we are obligated to provide you information so that you're informed. Next slide, please. So what you see as bullet points on each of these slides in the next few slides here are instances of the district shalls. So what must we do? So relative to non-discrimination harassment, It says we shall train students and staff, develop reporting procedures, provide resources to all affected students, and provide notification to our community regarding this board policy. So those are the imperatives in this policy. Those of you that have the policy in front of you, you'll see there are many, many, many more words than that, but this is the essence of what this board policy calls for. If you'd go to the next one. This next board policy having to do with conduct, again, speaks to a requirement around training and developing guidelines. There is a fair amount of crossover between the different policies that are shown up here this evening. But they kind of capture the same, ideas. The next slide, please. This next board policy has to do with bullying. And the imperatives here are around addressing the development of guidelines, student and staff education, and procedures for reporting complaints anonymously and confidentially. This particular board policy is connected very closely to another board policy that is posted on our district's website, and it's the policy for uniform complaints. And so the process for investigating a incident of bullying goes through the uniform complaint procedure, and you can find that on the front of our district webpage. Next slide, please. Hate-motivated behavior. Again, information regarding addressing complaint reporting, resources for students, training and notification. And then the final one that's shown here is board policy on discipline. And this again speaks to training, developing guidelines, notification, and a notification regarding this particular policy. On the next slide, what I did was I advanced a slide that originally I had at the end of the presentation and moved it up a few slides so that you can see. This slide really addresses the extent to which we're implementing these policies. The board policies don't tell you how to implement. They don't tell you, for example, relative to staff training, where that training must occur. They don't tell you the duration of that training. They give you a general sense of what topics need to be covered in that training, but they don't get into the nitty-gritty of kind of what exactly that training will look like. And so there is evidence when we look at our current practices, pardon me. I have to keep turning my neck. There is evidence that our sites have developed guidelines, rules, behavior matrices to address incidents of behavior infractions that happen on campuses. So we know that those exist. We do know that we have, in terms of providing support for students, resources for students, we do know that we have a really robust mental health support program, K through 12, in addition to our fabulous counselors that we have at our sites, middle and high school sites. We do know, in the subsequent slides you'll see, that at each of the grade spans, K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12, that there are a vast array of programs that are being operated at the different sites. Those tend to be more site-specific, so sites will identify what their specific needs are and then implement those programs accordingly. And we do have some process in place for providing the notifications that are required. In terms of areas where we identified a need for more alignment or a lack of alignment, all of the policies shown here speak to some element of training. And so what we need to do is formalize what that training looks like. So is it training that happens annually? Is it training that happens every 4 years? Is that training that happens as new employees? So we really need to shore up our practices around what that training is for folks. And I think that as we look into the elements of the different policies, what we would probably find is that there's so much crossover that we wouldn't need a separate training for each policy. Today's your training on conduct. Tomorrow is your training on bullying. The next day is your training on harassment and discrimination. We could probably take the general themes that are covered in all of those and provide maybe 1 or 2 substantial trainings so that we're not kind of breaking it out too much and providing the training piecemeal. But we do recognize that there's a need to formalize a training schedule and implement that. We also have talked about the student training, particularly around reporting incidences. So when students come forward and provide us with information, we act on that information. And if students don't know what the procedure is, and these procedures are very simple, essentially they are find an adult and tell somebody, and then it gives direction to the adult in terms of what their next step should be. But we want to make sure that we communicate to students particularly that when incidences occur, we want them to report them to us, and that when they report, they can report to us anonymously and confidentially. Often students don't feel safe coming forward when they are witnesses of or targets of incidences, and so we want to create an atmosphere where students feel safe coming forward, bringing their concerns forward. So we recognize that's an area of need for us as well. As I was going through these board policies, the 5,000s for another purpose, I did notice that there is at least one of the policies, the one around harassment and non-discrimination, that we don't have. Our board policy calls for it to be posted on the district website, and when I went looking for it, I couldn't easily find it, which means that that's an area that we could quickly address in terms of getting that right on the front page so that people could see that board policy immediately when they visit the website. And then there was another policy that we identified that should be provided annually. And we discovered this, actually I discovered this a little bit ago and already provided that policy so it can be included next year as we do the annual notifications. So in terms of alignment with our policies, I would say that there is evidence that we are implementing them in terms of the extent to which these policies bring about a desired result in terms of reducing incidences of bullying and other unacceptable, disrespectful behaviors on campus. I think that's something that we continue to look at. I did want to also show you some of the programs that are in place at each of the school sites. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So last month, our district leadership had the opportunity to review, again, what are some practices that are in place, programs in place at the school sites, and then what are areas that they recognize as needed next steps, in terms of really shoring up the programs that exist at their sites. So you'll see many programs on the left-hand side of this page as it relates to programs happening at the elementary site, and then you'll see some areas for need and next steps for elementary. And then if we go to middle school, you'll see grades 6 through 8, the same programs that are currently in place at the site that are site initiated, site programs, right, that meet the specific need of the school. And then on the right hand side, you'll see what are some areas needed for further action. And then for the next slide, you'll see high school, 9th through 12th grade. Again, the format is the same. What do we have in place? And then what do we need in order to make these programs better, stronger, in order to bring about the desired result we want in terms of eliminating instances of racism and anti-Semitism and the other unacceptable behaviors that occur sometimes on campuses. So last slide. So this is just a repeat of the slide I showed a little bit earlier. That addresses the things we do have in place to address our board policies, and then where are the areas that we see need. And I think that question still does exist. We have the policies. Do you have a policy? That's kind of step one. Did you provide training on the policy? That's step two. And then the next part is, and how do you ensure that compliance with the policy brings about the result that you want in terms of maintaining a positive and supportive and welcoming climate. And that's where we really kind of get more into the site programs, because in and of themselves, the board policies really provide very general direction, but again, don't get into the specifics of really how these programs are implemented at a school site. So that was the information I wanted to share relative to that.
Comments, questions? Yes.
I think another next step, I've heard from a lot of community members that they feel there isn't as much fluid communication between the board and the community as possible. So maybe another bullet point, maybe some community members could come and speak to this, would be finding some way to ensure more communication between the community members and the administration, because I think all of you have come and spoken so eloquently about so many things that we never knew happened. Even people coming from, remember someone came from 1982 and on, and I think that if we could work towards implementing a very secure and constant way for this kind of exchange to continue, that would be a really beneficial next step as well.
Thank you, Julia. Along those lines, I've talked with the agenda committee about this, and this was a question somebody asked at a previous board meeting. Why isn't this on the agenda of every meeting? Well, from now at least until the end of the year, and possibly next year, if we find that it's useful, it will be on the agenda of every meeting. We're going to have a period at the beginning of each meeting. We'll have a brief report of what has been going on in terms of trying to implement the changes that we're hearing about, and the opportunity, since it's on the agenda, for you to talk, ask questions of the board, have a dialogue about this. We need to keep it brief because we have a lot of business to do, but it will be on the agenda of every meeting. You will have the opportunity to bring it up whenever you feel the need. The other thing, just a comment about board policy, it's very dry. Basically, board policy is law. The board, among other things, is a legislative body. When we write a policy, that is the law that is followed in the school district. It has to conform to education code, to state law, but it can go beyond state law. We can require more than the state does, and often we do. And all these policies that were mentioned tonight and a few more are going to come up for review in upcoming board meetings. And we're going to look at, first of all, is the policy itself adequate? And second, is it being implemented as it should be? And if you keep an eye on board agendas, when you see the policies coming up, the policy itself will be in the agenda packet, and you're more than welcome to come. In fact, when we have policy discussions at meetings, it's usually pretty lonely in that room. And if you want to come and address the policy, and if you think it needs changes or additions, we really would love to hear from you about that. Do we have other comments or questions from the board? Okay, so in terms of, Charlie.
Yeah, I just have an observation. My observation is that having really read through our policies and ARs pretty carefully, they're fairly comprehensive. So my conclusion is we have policies, we have programs, and we have problems. And I think I'm still puzzled by the disconnect there. And I think what would be helpful to me would be to talk a little bit about why do we think the next steps that are proposed will actually deal with the problems. We use the kind of results-oriented language when it comes to academic achievement. Here, I think we also need to be kind of results-oriented, not just we have 8 programs in place. If we add 4 more, we'll get there. I think we need to be thinking about it in terms of results, and I lack clarity as to how what's down here for next steps might get us the results we desire.
Thank you. I'm going to now make a suggestion. I know that we're going to take comments on this. But rather than try to restrict the comments to comments about this specific staff report, I know you have other things you want to say. And I would like to take like a 2 or 3 minute break for the board to just get off of this podium up here, come down, sit on the front of the stage or stand in front of the stage and open it up for comments and conversation. I believe we have a mic that can be brought to anyone in the audience who can't come down.
We
Is
have
that
two
true?
mics that are actually down here, but we could probably take one of them and.
Okay, Principal Rosenbaum is going to take a mic. And we're going to come down here. I don't know if these mics will make it down.
Excuse me, I want to make a formal request of the board before you disperse. And
We're not dispersing.
You're not. All right. So is.
Oh no, we're going to come down here and listen to you.
Come down here. Okay, because I want to make a formal
Oh,
request regarding
absolutely.
data.
We want to
Thank
hear from you. Okay. We're going to take questions. We're going to take comments. We're going to make notes of everything you say. We're not ending the meeting now. We just want to turn this into a more open conversation rather than us sitting up here like judges. We really want to hear from you. We want to have a conversation with you. That's why we're here. So just give us a couple of minutes to move, and then we'll be right with you.
So, honey, I'm sorry because she's next, and then there are some other kids, and then I'm behind some of the kids.
I don't know where they're gonna go.
They've been waiting for a while.
And the line is.
These two guys, this guy and his friend here, they seem to have been waiting up here a very long
No,
time.
I've been up here since after you got up here the first time. I've been here for an half hour.
You've chosen to sit next to the microphone.
Are you the end of the line? I'm behind. You're the this young man.
We know you're last.
That young man. I'm behind these three.
I saw you come up here. And then you went back to sit down. So I just want to know where the end of the line is.
I'll stay here.
Well, we'll see.
I'll find it for you. You probably get it online. I got a long time.
Okay, let's get back to it.
Expulsions, and I'm going to talk about somebody you know, but I'm not going to name names.
We don't need that many microphones. We can share between us.
Okay.
Does it have to be here?
Go ahead. We're ready for our first speaker.
Am I next?
Seem to be missing one board member.
it's this lady, Kim, this
Is everybody
young
ready?
man, me, and then someone, then whoever, then these
The
folks.
line got pretty long. My name is Delisa Branch Neely. I'm a parent, and my daughter was part of this incident. Not the anti-Semitic one, but as we heard from Cheryl, I really do believe that was sort of an entryway to have other negative and hateful things happen on the campus of Albany High. And I think that, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. So I think I'm very encouraged to have as many people keeping on showing up and keeping the board accountable to what they need to do and all the jobs that need to occur and all the policies that need to be read and reviewed. But I just want to be here to actually, I think what's been missing is people don't really know what racism is, it seems like. I get a read that people in our community may be thinking that the parents of color are just like making a big deal, or I'm not sure. I keep going back and forth with, this, we're not going to tolerate bullying, we're not going to do this, but we still haven't really gotten there. The girls are still suffering a lot, and it's been a month, and I know that there is a process. I do understand that, but I think that we need to understand that what was done, and I know that the good people of Albany don't raise their kids to be racists. I don't believe that. I truly don't believe that. But I do believe that other factions, if you don't talk about something, it means like it's not there, it didn't exist. So what's your problem? Like, what's wrong with you? So I brought a book that I keep at my house for light reading. And it's a pictorial book. I've used it over the years to explain things to my children about racism. And in this book, because of student privacy and everything like that, there's no way I could even show any of the photos that our girls had. And I think to the boys, boys that age, they kind of have, it's NFL, right? No frontal lobe. But that's what, I have 2 boys. So I empathize on both ends to a degree. But a line was crossed, and to understand, like in my family, I have family members that were lynched and that were dragged by cars and that were killed by white supremacy. And that is not a rise in our nation. We see it, we're Californians, we know it. So even though you don't raise your kids to think this way, or you think you don't raise them to think this way, or you think, we're all good. This is Albany, it's Berkeley. Look at what's happening to Berkeley. It's on the rise, and if we don't really address it, that gives it a pass, that gives it a check mark, that it's okay to do that here. And I know that you're still figuring it all out with regard to what actually has to happen, but why I'm here is I want to let people know, and I want to share the pain, okay? So we all have to experience that pain. One child experienced it in a negative way. He should not have gotten hit in the nose. But our girls have experienced a pain. My heart just was like, I'm a surgical nurse. It felt like somebody was cracking my chest when I found out what our students, our girls, have had to endure. And they've endured it amazingly well. So I just want to show, this is one photo. I'll show it to the board. This is one photo that is really of a lynching that occurred, and how the community agreed. They liked it. So this community were smiling, and it was part of American history. And this is why it's still a problem, because some people still think it's fine to do this type of thing. And we just have to make sure that it doesn't happen on our watch, that, talking about it is the best way to heal it. So that's all I want to say. I want to bring it out into the light. It's time. It's 2017. Y2K happened 17 years ago. That was the big issue, right? And here we are, we're doing this again. I have a book full of this knowledge. It's around. We have to talk about it. And it's with every community, but the Black community, the Africans that were stolen and enslaved and worked. and got nothing and had to give up their language and their whole culture and not being educated at all for hundreds of years is a pain that I was born with and that we have to overcome. And I think once we get a glimpse of the pain, you guys, you'll get it. You'll be like, oh my God, what are they doing? What do they think about this? Isn't, you know, but if we just don't talk about it and we just think, oh, well, that was a long time ago and everything's all good right now, you know, and it's not. So please just pause, take a look at my book. And let's grow the community.
Thank you.
So, I feel.
Pick the mic up a little bit so
Sorry.
we can hear you.
Excuse me, my language, but you guys haven't done shit. And to be honest, it's upsetting, and I feel like no one likes any of you guys here. Because I got suspended for saying stuff, but that's not really like that racist, you know. I didn't say anything racist, and but those boys, what they did to those girls, they're not even expelled. That shit is a hate crime, and I won't tolerate it. So yeah, that's just how I feel.
This gentleman over here
I have been waiting here longer. I'm sorry, you're incorrect.
No, he has been waiting the whole time.
I didn't know you were referring to him. I thought you were referring to him. A great philosopher once said, "I may abhor your speech, but I would defend it to the death. But I would defend to the death your right to say it." This is what I believe, this is what the Founding Fathers believed, and this is what every American should believe, because this is the most fundamental and essential of the rights we have. I would like to read to you the Cal Ed Code, because it seems like it should be brought up. Cal Ed Code 48950. A. A school district operating one or more high schools, a charter school, or a private secondary school shall not make or enforce a rule subjecting a high school pupil to disciplinary sanctions solely on the basis of context that is speech or other communication that, when engaged in outside of the campus, is protected from governmental restriction by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution or Section 2 of Article 1 of the California Constitution. Additionally, I would like to read you a case. Just a sentence from it. A brief moment. This is from a case which cites O'Toole v. Supreme Court 2006, which was decided by the California Supreme Court. The focus, let me start from here. I don't want to waste your time. Speech that seeks to communicate ideas, even in a provocative manner, may not be prohibited merely because of the disruption it may cause due to reactions by the speech's audience. Thirdly, because we are talking about shalls in your personal education code, I would like to read you one of the parts of the education code which has to do with these issues, which was not brought up by the woman who was speaking earlier about the code. That is BP 5145.2. This states that students shall have the right to exercise freedom of speech and of the press, including but not limited to the use of bulletin boards, the distribution of printed materials or petitions, the wearing of buttons, badges, or other insignia, and the right of expression in publications. Students' expression on district or school internet websites and online media shall generally be afforded the same protections as in print media. That is something which has been wholly ignored in these discussions. And that fundamental and most important right, which separates us from other countries, the right to speak, to have free, open discourse, the right not to feel threatened, and the right not to feel, or the right not to be punished for what you believe, saying what you believe. That is something which is being ignored. And frankly, given what has happened, I'm ashamed to have you as my school board.
Ross, you know the mic, please.
Sure.
What does the First Amendment say
Sorry,
about
sir.
death threats? Please,
Sorry.
hold on.
So before the next speaker, I'd like to address both of the previous speakers, since neither of them seem to like the board or think. And I'm on this board, and I'm going to serve you all as best I can. And they both made some points, and they both need a response. I've spent a lot of time looking at Ed Code. I've spent a lot of time looking at board policies, and there is a precision in the law and in the rules, and various things will be possible because of the law or precluded because of the law, and that's actually a separate issue from what's, in some cases, what's right and what's fair or what's reasonable or what will solve a problem. There are some things that will be solved by laws. There are other things that won't be solvable by laws, but might be solvable because the general consensus is. And in some cases, the general consensus may be blocked by a law. And I'm a very big proponent of civil rights and the First Amendment and those sorts of things. On the issue of a hate crime, there wasn't a hate crime here. And why the police, the first time they were called, went away is that there's no hate crime. Because the definition of a hate crime under the law is a crime which is further inflamed by hate, say hate towards the victim. When the cops showed up, they assessed that there wasn't a crime. So when he spoke, I wish he'd been given more time to make his case without people talking, and I'd love every speaker to be able to talk, and they can be responded to at their leisure, but everybody needs to get to speak. So who has been? I have been? Who has been talking a lot? Yeah, and he spoke at the microphone in his time. You are free, we're all free to ask for time at the microphone, and I didn't see him holding forth for 20 minutes. I saw him speaking as a member of the public on this issue. So,
okay, we are taking this seriously, but we're not dictating to you. We want a conversation with you. And we, if you want to talk, please wait your turn and talk at the mic.
At the same time, why not just allow for the community to just, and the students to be able to say their piece, and you don't have to get defensive because you're coming across as defensive. I think you can hear me in the back, but you're coming off as defensive, and really, we sat through the report. We know that there's incredibly amount of information missing on them. But now, allow for the community to engage with you, and this is your moment to listen. We've sat through numerous community meetings, but this is the one where we wanted to listen, the timeline you were going to give us, and a lot of information was misguided. Very honestly, a lot of it is missing. Now, you may not like what the students said, but again, you wanted to be able, this is their opportunity and our opportunity to say what we feel about what was presented to us. So instead of running to respond to everybody, allow them to speak and then give us some feedback about what the next steps are going to be. I'm here because there were certain things that we were supposed to do, but please, you've been standing in line and numerous students have been standing. Let them speak.
Okay, I think you're right. I think we should try to let everybody speak who wants to speak. I have one request though, because we are here to try to figure out what the next steps are. So if you want to get up there and just tell us what jerks we are, you can send that to us in an email. Don't waste everybody's time. Come up here and tell us what we should be doing different. That's what we need to know.
Excuse me, can I just say something for 1 second?
Please, you need the mic. You cannot be heard at home. Please use the mic.
This meeting is for us to speak to you. We voted you into office. So if we want to waste your precious time and tell you whether the students want to tell you that they think you are a jerk, then I am sorry. You are obligated to hear what these students have to say. And every single one of us may get up and say the exact same thing, and every single one of us may get up and say something entirely different. But you are our school board. You represent the residents of Albany, and we entrust the children of Albany with you. There is a reason why the media is here. There is a reason why on a school night students are here. There is a reason why on a school night parents are still here. And it is so we can speak and you can listen.
I just want to say that I've been at several of these meetings, and what I've heard from a lot of the community and the public is, why is the board not responding? Why is the board not answering questions? They scheduled this meeting for two purposes. One, to hear more feedback from the community, but secondly, so that they could finally respond, so that they were not limited by the Brown Act to keep their mouths shut at the last few meetings. So I think we all need to give them the respect that you are asking that they give you. So I think whether we're here for hours or minutes, I think it's fair to let Ross or whoever on the board respond, because you have been asking for that. So I really think that we need respect from everyone, and please, let's if they need to schedule another meeting to continue more public comment, which is what they've said they will keep doing, let's do that. But I don't think this is a time to shut people off, especially the board. We have elected them, and they are there to respond and answer some of the points that have been made. Thank you.
Ooh, a couple of tough acts to follow. Oy vey. Give me a second. Cool. Okay, a couple of things. Remember a little while ago we were talking about the kid with the broken nose and about timelines? Like, sometime in the past week. Anyway, one thing, I don't know, this has been bothering me, but the sit-in that day has kind of been presented as like, I heard people use the word riot. I don't know if people who use that word have ever been to a riot, but that was not a riot. The kid, again, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but the kid who had his nose broken was not at that event. That was the same day, but later, not at school. So that's that thing I wanted to talk about. Am I wrong? I'm wrong? No, he was there, but I'm... Okay, well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was that the whole Instagram account thing is... I think it's because the internet as a whole is kind of not taught, right? Like, the school system is kind of behind in that area. Like, we go to school and we're told, in the real world, you won't have a calculator. Or, we're told, put your phone away, don't have it in class, which, like, I understand why that is said, but, like, that doesn't really teach students how to use the internet properly. It teaches them to hide their usage of it. So, yeah, like a private account. So, I think something about the way the school interacts with our usage of the internet needs to change. Thank you.
Well, I don't hate the school board, and actually I want to thank you for giving us a process to bring these concerns to light. And I appreciate the fact that you're listening. I appreciate the diverse audience that's here. A couple of things that I wanted to mention. This was a very painful experience for our family. There are solutions that we can think of. My official ask, though, from the school board is I would like data, and I would like for you guys to look into all of the expulsions and suspensions in the last 10 years and the racial makeup of the children who were suspended or expelled. I think that I have a story. It's a kid I know who's no longer at the high school who suffered a disciplinary action, maybe deserved it. was in an altercation with another child here. And this happened 2 years ago. There was a fight. They were both suspended, as I understand it. One lived out of the district, one did not. I'm not certain about the exact details, but I know that the young man who lived out of the district was expelled. He couldn't get back in. I know him personally. He was so brokenhearted. He is a minority child. He was so brokenhearted that he came back here every day. He hung out at my house. Eventually, he ran away from home. He rode the AC Transit bus for months in the middle of the night. His mother was worried sick about him. I feel that a lot of, we need to fill our high school, and I'm not having, and I know, I also work in public policy, and I know how dry these things are, these policies. I think that we have policies that we think are serving our community, and we think that we're being fair and we're serving our community well, but it's possible that we're promoting institutional racism. And I don't think we're going to get to that answer until we do some real data analysis. I feel very fortunate to have grown up in Compton and Watts and to be a product of the policies that were enacted by the Black Panthers. We got free school lunch, we got Head Start, we got all of these things. And I took for granted the regular conversations that we had about race. I didn't even know like a light-skinned Black person until I left my community in Compton and Watts. And I'm, Mexican, white looking, had like a multicultural background. But the thing that I appreciate about the upbringing that I had was that the adults around us, sadly, were experiencing racism. When my friends and I saw racism and experienced it and spoke about it, I didn't experience it as much. I got to watch a lot of my friends and relatives experience it. We were believed. We weren't second guessed. And because our teachers were also like we were, there were a lot of white teachers, but there were also Black teachers, there were Hispanic teachers. They talked about these issues in an honest way with us. They didn't say, "Are you sure that happened? Maybe you took it the wrong way. Maybe they didn't mean it that way." There are ways that we can enter into these conversations and learn about one another, and they're going to be problematic. But restorative justice means that the victims and the perpetrators get together and actually talk about solutions. You ask each other, have you experienced these things? Over the weekend, I had the honor of participating. I was invited by a lady named Evelyn Shen to participate in some restorative justice training exercises at St. Albans Church. It was on Sunday. Unfortunately, I can't be a facilitator because I have a day job that takes a lot of time, and I do this data wonky policy stuff like you guys. That's why I appreciate what you're doing. There are a lot of people mad at you, but I don't envy your position. And if I can help, I would love to. I don't want to run for anything though. But I think that we have to have annual training for, I think that an orientation every year for all of the teachers to talk about these issues and get proper training. The people that we worked with over the weekend were from UC Berkeley and also restorative justice agencies in San Francisco that are accustomed to dealing with these kind of problems, and that's who we need to talk to. And we need to be sure that these issues are discussed in classes with our students. And there should be some kind of training once per year for students. And maybe it's in a big auditorium where you talk about these things. I believe in free speech. I believe Ann Coulter should be able to come and say whatever the hell she wants. I don't agree with her. But, you know, us creatures of the 70s listened to each other and we agreed to disagree. I know people who are racist. My grandmother was a racist. She didn't like black people. You know, but they're in our family. Everybody has different views and opinions and experiences. And we just have to be comfortable having these conversations. Because if you don't have these conversations, you end up in situations where you're second guessing someone's experience. And really, you can't do that. The young man who was expelled, it breaks my heart to this day. We lost him, and that's our fault. Because we took him in, we took the money from the state, and we had him here. And when he messed up, we kicked him out. And nobody should be treated that way. He didn't kill anybody. What he did, I feel, I could be wrong, I don't know the exact circumstances, but I feel that what he did was far less serious than what those kids posted on Instagram. And when I know about this young man being expelled and some of the kids I know about, it breaks my heart that this incident didn't rise to that level. Because I still firmly believe that someone should be expelled over this. The language, and because I too am a wonk, the language that I circled in the harassment code is a little squishy. If you look at CF 5145.7 under sexual harassment, students who engage in discrimination, harassment, intimidation, bullying, or retaliation in violation of law, board policy, or administrative regulation shall, the magic word, we're going to do something, be subject to, and this is where it gets squishy, appropriate discipline up to and including counseling, suspension, and/or expulsion. I think we need to decide as a community what is absolutely unacceptable, what we're not going to accept. Based on how I was raised and what I know, I believe that that Instagram account and the owner of that Instagram account should be expelled and that the other student should be counseled. That is my personal opinion. I don't think it should be an opinion. I think it should be a policy. And I think that as soon as you get that data together for the last 10 years, all of us should take a real hard look at it and really understand what we're doing, because we may unintentionally be hurting kids as adults. This racism stuff and the name calling and all that stuff, which is bad, all this stuff is life and death. It really is. And when you treat it lightly, that means that somebody is going to suffer some kind of physical harm along the way. The parent who is up here, you know, members of her family have been lynched. You know, and my junior high typing teacher, her son was lynched. You know, and the one thing that I want to mention is that my daughter's father is African American, and when I first moved up here from Southern California, he used to tell me about Albany, him and his brothers. His dad's a judge. They used to talk about it too. They were afraid of driving through here. You know, we're good people. But just because you're progressive doesn't mean your children are. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go on, I just want to ask staff if that would be possible to get that data on 10 years suspensions and expulsions.
We will do our very best to go back as far as we possibly can to get that data.
Okay, and we will publish it when we get it.
And as soon as we get it and put it together, yes, we will make that.
Thank you.
We can actually bring it to a board meeting if you'd like.
Just really briefly, thank you so much for your comments. I would like to make 2 comments. So the first one is at the last board meeting, a community member approached me and presented to me a script that he had created about a video he was interested in producing and wanted to show at all of the freshman orientations going forth. And the script was very thoughtfully laid out, and it basically outlined everything that, or not everything, but some of the things the community has mentioned should be taught to all high school students. And he unfortunately doesn't have the means to produce the video. So if you're interested in partaking in a freshman orientation supplement, please see me after the meeting, and maybe we can talk about how. Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, and thank you very much for the encouraging words. I've actually figured out how to produce that thing affordably. I could put one of those whiteboard explainer videos behind it. That's not too expensive. But what I need to know is I need to have some sort of formal approval from the board that if I funded it, that you guys would use it. That would be really useful. I mean, if I do this thing and then, nobody looks at it, that's kind of futile. Is there somebody on the board who could sponsor this thing and make sure the content is what you want? Yeah? Oh, okay.
Why don't you...
Ross has seen it.
No, we certainly want to... How do I want to say this? It's really not the board that should be helping you, it's staff, and then it can come by the board once staff has helped you with it.
All right.
Because, but certainly we can ask staff to work with you on it. So if you can make sure that the superintendent or the assistant superintendent has the information, they can work with you on.
All right. Well, I have one other suggestion. We've had a lot of people stand up and talk about reporting racism and measuring racism. Nobody has suggested a cure. And I'd like to reference something that Trevor Noah once said, and that's that racism doesn't survive contact. We've got to be reaching out to each other. You see somebody of color, you've got to go the extra mile to make the acquaintance, to strike up the conversation. But even if you do, think about the statistics in Albany High School for a second. There's according to the website, there's 4.6% African Americans in the school. That is a little over 1,200 students, so that means around 56 African Americans. If each one of those has 5 friends, they're covering 250 students. That leaves 1,000 students wandering around without any primary African American contacts. So what might we do to improve that situation? Well, it occurred to me, and we got to do it. We got to do it affordably, don't we, Brian? It's got to be affordable. It's got to be convenient. And it's got to be powerful. It can't be just a talking head like me standing up there saying, kids, you shouldn't be racist, right? It's got to be something they can feel in their bodies, a positive experience. They need a positive experience of African American culture. And I just had one. I had one at Axville Gospel Church. They're on 66th Street in Oakland. They've got a facility that would swallow this entire audience, an entire class, the entire population of Albany High School. They do it every Sunday, and according to the Bishop Bob Jackson there, he's you're all welcome to come down any old time. Now, I don't know how you finesse this with separation of church and state and doing something from African Americans that you don't do for Jews or whatever. There's probably all kinds of language you could script to make this happen. But that's a viable solution. I mean, you wouldn't believe the band they've got there. Man, they rock. Man, they go into those double downbeats and you just think the roof's going to go off, So that's an experience people could have with African American culture that is just full of love. You walk in the door, people are extending their hands. It's a great forum. Okay, well, send me an invitation. I'll be there, next week.
My name's Marcos Sorensen, and I wanted to speak for a few of the kids who are part of the Instagram account, but they are on the peripheral edge of it, and they showed up on the 30th for restorative justice to begin that process and to go back to school, and was very proud of them for stepping into it the way they did, and they fully intended to apologize and to address the people that they'd harmed, and they feel terrible about it. And my question really is, what's the next step in terms of restorative justice? Is that it? I mean, we're right now looking at kids who are just sort of swinging in the wind. We've set up a school at our house. They're literally terrified to come back to school. They're not in a position to understand that what happened with the crowd, I know it wasn't a riot, but they basically unleashed on these kids who were not prepared at all for it and are 15, 16 years old and are not equipped to deal with what they faced that day. They understand that their actions have hurt people, and they don't want to have to move. But as of right now, 3 kids have come back to school. So in this group, they're terrified. They're terrified to go outside their homes from the things that were said on Thursday morning when I dropped my kid off at school and thought that this was like my proudest moment was that he was stepping into this. And, I know that the symbol for this group is that somebody was texting or Snapchatting that they were not taking it seriously. But I can tell you that there were many of the kids there who were there for the best possible reasons and felt torn apart by what they contributed to. So it's been a hellish month as well for us because we don't know what to do. Are we supposed to move? Is that it from this community? Our friends have poured love to us, and we understand that these actions don't have to define our kids, but they don't.
Hate is a learned behavior. If you want to get to the bottom of this, go home with these kids, and you'll find out why they think like they do, and they do the things they do. You ask this board to put a fire out from inside the fire. You can't touch these homes that these kids come from. If you want to start at their home.
So, obviously, as families, we've been dealing with this voice that I feel. I grew up in Canada, and I came to the States and have not had the context or experience that is necessary. And I feel terrible that my son, who I honestly do not think is a racist, is in this situation, and he has. I don't want to bare my soul here. Yeah.
Can you hold on for a second until we get a mic to you?
Sorry.
Thank you for standing there and saying what you have to say. I have one question. And I know there might be parents or family members of other children who are involved too. I'd like to know, before we start talking about hate crimes and whatever we're going to categorize this as, why did they do it? That's all I'd like to know, is what was the intention, why they did it?
They don't know.
I can only speak for my kid, is that in this situation, he has some very lazy habits in terms of how he looks at Instagram. And I'm honest to God, he flicks through stuff and he likes everything. It's a form of social communication, and he's got like 400 things that he follows. And I mean, we've talked about it, and I can't understand. There's a couple of these images that he clicked on, and it's just like, you can't defend this. And he's like, I know I can't defend this. It's a horrible situation, and so we've, that's the kernel of it. It was a like for like situation with a friend who he got into it. The account was not what it turned into as it started. So this flow, it's every bit of it sounds like rationalization, and I know that this is not what people want to hear, but I'm glad to actually talk about it.
Well, again, young man, I appreciate it. But when it really comes down to it, it's a situation again. If I see a noose around someone's neck, I just say I like it.
No,
And so what I'm saying is before we can even get to this point that everyone's talking about, where are we at as neighbors? Where are we at as the Albany family? We're not talking about the United States. This is a small little town. If we can't change this here, we can never change anything outside. So to this board and to the parents, I think that these young men, even the young man that would like to stand up and speak about what right and wrong and what have you, First Amendment, it comes down to why was this done? And if we can, I don't have to agree, we can agree to disagree, man, but why was it done? And do you know the implications of it being done? And that's not for you, Father, because I hear what you're saying. I respect you, and I appreciate your position. But I think that as a community, we need to know why did it even jump off in the first place, and what were they thinking to even start something like that? So then, if we know that, then the students can start. We can figure out where we need to start to try to correct something like this.
Exactly, and the restorative justice process that we did as parents in a small group was very enlightening because we both got to speak and see each other's side and understand that there's caring people on both sides of this, and as parents we're invested in working through all of this with our kids. But the question that I had was, what is the next step for restorative justice? Because they currently are, basically school is just letting them, their D's and F's right now. They're not getting their course material. Independent study is almost over. The year is pretty much done. So I just don't know, are we just supposed to accept that they're going to fail this year? A lot of them are juniors. There's some sophomores in the mix who have a little bit more flexibility on getting their lives back in order, but this mistake that they've made is going to define them. And I get it. I get that this is complex, but we have not been able to talk about our side at all in this context.
Actually, I have the information. I think I can respond for you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So the restorative justice is not off the table. Okay. I can say with some pretty certainty that we will not be using the same company again. What we want. However, as I think we said earlier, we don't want to make the same decisions again with the same, which could be predictable outcomes, okay? So we really need to vet very carefully not only a good restorative justice program, but what I have learned in just doing a little bit of research around this. Again, this is not something that you just slap on and say, here, let's do this. It is something that we need to do very thoughtfully and deliberately, and embedding restorative justice in our community. And I'm going to give an example. Albany Middle School has been discussing, talking about, and embedding restorative justice. It didn't happen overnight. While it's being implemented this year, these are discussions that have been going on for the last 2 years. Okay. The answer to the other part of your question, and I'm gonna talk in generalities, please. Okay, and I'm just going to ask that you let me talk in some generalities. As Ross said earlier, there's some things that I can't be very specific about a student. If a student needs academic or socio-emotional support, then our school is willing to work, and we will work with individual families on what the academic and other needs are for that particular student. We offer independent studies for a variety of reasons. The independent study does not have to stop after a certain amount of days. I did do a little bit of researching into that, and so has my staff, not just me, but staff. And, we've looked at is there a law that says you can't do it over a certain amount of days? Now, it has been apparently a long-standing practice in Albany to have a certain amount of days. Okay, so I guess my answer to you is if a student has a particular need, then we will need to work with individual families on what those specific needs are.
We need a motion to extend the meeting. How long? Another hour? Let's say another hour. 9:30.
9:30.
I think your mic is dead.
You can go ahead.
There we go. Let me repeat that. I move we extend the meeting until 10 p.m.
10 or 10:30?
Let's try 10.
Okay, 10, we can extend it again if we need to. Okay, do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay. Next speaker. I believe this young woman has been waiting.
I just have a question for you, Mr. Sorensen. So, I do know the sophomores that were involved in this situation, and I'm just trying to understand, are they trying to make, how do I say it? Are they trying to do something to get involved with their community to show, like, we know what we did was wrong, and we want to show the community we can step into one of these programs? Because I know at least the program that I'm in, that my mom spoke of, that she went to on Sunday, I also went to that, and I was asked, why don't we have some of these kids like come to this so they can learn about the isms, they can learn about prejudice, they can learn about privilege, they can learn about all that stuff. So it would be great, and it would just be awesome if you could at least talk to those people and tell them that they should come to one of our meetings, because I think it would be a huge learning experience for them.
Yeah. We can.
I don't remember the name of it.
But yes, that.
What?
Okay, so they're here. Okay.
Take the mic.
Hi everyone. My name's Vinith Naik, and I'm also part of one of these groups. So I believe we're calling it Teachin' so far, and that's happening on. We have weekend meetings. We had a Sunday meeting, and it's usually about 5-6 o'clock in St. Albans Church. Yeah, if you want more information, I talked to Leon Chow and Jessica Shedwalker. Thank you.
So I just wanted to know, like, if you could talk to them specifically, because I know at least I've tried to get in contact with my friends who was involved in the situation, and at least for me, it's kind of been hard to ask them to come because I don't know what they're doing, and I don't know if they're comfortable with that, and I do want to respect them in that type of way, but I feel like they need to take some action, and something personal in them needs to push them outside of the boundaries of their homes and get them to step outside of that door and say, the least I can do is do this. They could take independent study as long as they want to. I'm not saying that they have to come back to the school. I'm not forcing them to come back. I'm just saying, if you want to do something, actions speak louder than words. And that action is coming here to the meetings that we have, to the teach-in, so that they can at least come and speak their minds on the things that they did and learn new stuff. So.
Yeah, please, any of you who do feel it in your heart to reach out to them, it's very important that they hear it coming from you as well. I mean, we're trying to create a very clear support system for them, but they are really scared of what. Okay. Well, okay, they're.
How your child is worried about walking out of your door, and how your child is working about getting it back into the community. For the children that are in the community, for the children that are on the street, this is a daily situation for them.
Right.
So a long way of going and healing is acknowledging and stop perpetuating the fear that someone is out to get.
Daily that's what we talk to them about. And
how can you expect them not to have fear? You want
honestly, that had a really big effect on my kid because it was the kid right behind him got sucker punched, and then they got surrounded in this van. And I know.
We are afraid. We are afraid.
I
It's
agree.
perpetuating that there is.
I don't want to be afraid anymore either, and I certainly don't want to perpetuate it.
There's a young lady here who's been waiting to speak. Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, my name's Jay. I'm the freshman that was targeted. So I'm the youngest out of everyone who's been affected right now. And I am scared to come to school. And I am falling behind in class. I'm a 4.0 student. And I've never had D's in my life, and that's what I'm getting because of what these kids did to me and my fellow friends. I haven't gone to school because I'm too scared to come here. I've been missing classes. I've been skipping classes because I'm too scared to be in them and I can't concentrate. And so although you guys are scared, I think we're scared more to be here, thinking that people are going to be constantly taking pictures of us and posting them up. Can I help you?
Dude, I'm going to drop you off on 44th Street and San Pablo and let you get back home. Stop it. You're insensitive. You're insensitive.
Are you kidding me, bro?
I'm going to call the police if you don't quiet down. Shh.
Right.
Sorry.
Can you please stand?
Okay, stop. We're going to have to clear the room if you can't stop. It'll be the end of the meeting, so just stop yelling at each other. That is not getting us anywhere.
Please remove. Can we please get him out?
He needs to be removed.
Jay, go ahead, Jay.
No, Jay, please.
Jay, go ahead.
He called that threatening when there are pictures up on the internet with nooses around the neck. Like, are you kidding me? You think that's threatening? That's bullshit. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. And I don't care if I'm cussing right now. That's complete bullshit. I'm sorry. What Amber said, I'm not sorry anymore. And so, yeah, and it's just like, bro, like, we're the victims, and we're coming to this to show what we fight for, and yet we're deathly afraid to go to school right now. So I feel like we also need to get some respect in that aspect.
Go ahead. Yeah. I just want to. Am I on? Yeah. I just want to say something about the board and how it fits into all this and sort of expectations. So I haven't seen a list of victims. I know people because they speak up. I don't have a list of perpetrators. I hear some of them speak up. My daughter is a member of the group that's doing the teach-in, and I showed up at the first meeting and gave them some thoughts about what the board can do and what they could do, et cetera. And then I stepped back from it because I'm a board member, and in theory could be sitting in judgment on kids, though I will probably have to recuse myself, as I mentioned earlier. But the board's got minimal ability to sort of step in and do things, and I've been amazed at the degree to which you all have done that. Okay, the group that spoke at the Cornell board meeting about having met the night before and talked across this problem was amazing. What my daughter and all of those other kids and adults in that group are doing now is amazing, and an awful lot of what will solve this will come out of you guys and those groups and the interaction and the person that takes the time to cross the room to talk to someone they've not talked to before. What we'll be able to do is look at the policies, et cetera, and I think the policies actually are pretty good. Okay? We may need to do some more. I think there are practices that probably ought to change, and looking at things like 10 years of evidence as to whether or not what we're doing is fair is an absolutely great suggestion, and we ought to do it. And I spoke earlier about the law and what the law can do and what the law can't. There's lots of things the law cannot do. There's lots of things that are legal that are not nice or fair or kind. And I think a lot of folks are going to end up being, I hope, kinder, nicer, better at building bridges and not walls as a result of what we're all talking about here. What we can do is in a narrow sense, and in some cases, in many cases, blocked by various things, like the laws that say we can't talk about this or talk about that, or the rules that say we can only talk about this at certain times. President Black has said that every other meeting after this one, we will have a session to talk about this so we can be interactive every meeting going forward. And that's a great thing. And let's keep up with this one too. Go ahead, please, Kim.
Just real quick, I think that what a number of speakers have said and what I've heard again and again is that this is a community problem, and the solution then will lie within the community. I want to see every school level up on the slides that were shown earlier. One of the suggestions going forward was to involve parents more at the elementary level, but we need parents involved at the middle school level, at the high school level. We need students involved at every level too. We need to see inclusion not just be a topic in the classroom. We need to see inclusion, on a yard sign in everybody's yard. We need to all say, however we individually want to say it, Albany is for all. There's different ways that we can approach this going forward. Somebody said earlier, I've heard a lot about what the problems are, but I haven't heard much cure. The cure, there's practical steps to the cure, and there's heart changes in the cure. We can all do our bit to make that cure happen, and I think those steps are beginning to happen, and we need more of them. I love that the students have stepped up and started the teach-in process. Thank you. I have been amazed at what all different parts of the community have done, and the showing of everybody coming out tonight is wonderful. I just have one small thing, one very tiny step, which is teaching our young kids and the model that we give for them. I have an article that I copied. I only made 20 copies, but it's about it's about how we as parents can do 5 things to help teach our kids not to be racist. And I'm going to bring those down. And if you want one, take one. Read it. If you don't like it, give it to somebody else. But start a conversation and reach out and try to build a bridge, because I guarantee you, whatever we do in the schools will not work unless we do it in the community. It has to be starting from all of us and going through into the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I want to back up a minute, because this has been quite a turnout tonight, and it's always a little bit of confusion about why we're here. These girls, I don't want to say just girls, because there was a boy victim in this as well. And I've been personally meeting with parents from both sides and had long conversations and thoughtful emails exchanged. So it's not a one-sided point of view, but we're here because of an incident that really severely affected at least a dozen students, and somebody didn't slip and fall and make a mistake. This was going on for 2 months. Okay? If you get hit, punched, you don't see it coming. You just, all of a sudden you hit. You don't even know who did it. And you got some tissue put up there. If you're not, a hemophiliac, you'll be okay in about 10 minutes, some ice, be all right. These girls did with this for 2 months, and the people that did it were friends. That's called betrayal. Betrayal. We known each other since elementary or middle school. Matter of fact, last week we was laughing and joking. But apparently you've been taking and stealing pictures of me and doing photo editing and doing other things. So that's not an incident or mistake. So let's understand, let's balance this thing here. Okay? I just needed to preference that because sometimes we get a little confused about why we actually had to come here. That's why we're here. I put some thought behind this, and I think the premise of the meeting here was soliciting educational solutions, right? I think it's great that this forum is soliciting educational solutions that can prepare our students to be, at a minimum, the person they can be. At the most, the best world citizen they can be. Because you'll never know where your life journey will take them, where their life journey will take them. And it will take them somewhere. I submit here to the parents, the faculty, and citizenry are also in need of some awareness training and education. The good news is it's a home study course and it's free. Free, I say. And there are a lot of modules and teachable moments. Today, a module presented that Ilie Nastasi, a 70-year-old international tennis Hall of Famer, was known as a tennis bad boy. He was quoted by Romanian and some British media as saying in response to Serena Williams' pregnancy announcement, her fiance happens to be white, quote, "Let's see what color it has. Chocolate with milk? Question mark. In quotes. Serena is a 23-time tennis major championship and arguably the greatest athlete of all time. And she has no immunity from these sort of attacks. In the face of the racist comment, we expect that she would respond with dignity and grace. But I know, and my daughter knows, how that burns Serena's inner being. Lord knows how the parents of Venus and Serena prepared them for their journey through 4 institutions of the World Tennis Association. This wasn't a Black Panther Party meeting, y'all. Yesterday, a module presented that last month, 5 elementary and middle school aged Black boys in Grand Rapids, Michigan were walking home from their local recreation center where they had been playing basketball, backpacks on their backs. They were swarmed by local police who drew their guns and held them at gunpoint for over 10 minutes. As the boys cried and wailed in fear and confusion, one of the boys can be heard screaming, "I don't want to die," as he lies face down on the pavement. The incident happened nearly a month ago, but the body camera footage from the incident was just recently released. It's on YouTube. A simple internet search for recent police shootings of Black males will get you free modules for this home study course about the third rail sensitivity of race issues in America. The LA Times in particular has organized the events by year, and you can see the individuals who were victims of this. Trayvon Martin, a 17-year-old from Miami Gardens, Florida. We know that story. Eric Gardner in Staten Island. He died after police put him in a legal chokehold, said he was selling cigarettes on the side of the corner. Michael Brown in Ferguson. He was unarmed but shot by police. There's varying accounts of whether he was assaulting the officer or whether he surrendered with his hands up. But anyhow, you get the picture. Philando Castile, 30-year-old, St. Paul, Minnesota, in the car with his wife. He got shot. His baby's mother and the child in the car, watching him bleed out. Alton Sterling the next day in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, selling mixtapes out of the back of his trunk. I know that police violence is not tonight's subject, but it's the reality that I live with. And you could substitute my name and my family in there. These and so many other modules are in this course that are teachable moments. They're not the harsh reality that we shield our kids from, but they're binary right from wrongs that they may be confronted with and they must know about. In the face of almost daily news reports, along with the vulgar images and historical stereotypes that our children were photo editing, playing with, amused by, and using to hurt their fellow students, friends, and acquaintances. I'm sure you're all aware that there's a sympathetic outcry for the circumstances of the participants and the bystanders involved with the Instagram postings. Frankly, I find the outcry to be, being charitable here, misplaced and tone deaf. It also highlights the implicit or unconscious bias that hangs over this community. The bias hangs like the Albany fog, obscuring our view of the sunshiny brightness of what happened to those targeted students for months. To say or think that somehow the AUSD institution somehow failed the individuals who were disciplined is disingenuous and hypocritical. Here's where it all ties together. In 5, 10, or 20 years from now, will other students be playing with the catalog of eyewitness video footage to antagonize fellow students, friends, and acquaintances? If the parents and adults of Albany, California are upset and outraged over what was discovered 35 days ago, then we, in our homes, have the obligation to express outrage at news events of the same kind. Perhaps our children will take on that outrage and respond appropriately when they are confronted with it on the playground and in the classroom. I say all of this out of tough love and concern for this community. It's up to each and every adult in this community to muster up the courage to acknowledge and understand that we have to educate ourselves and our children on how to recognize, reject, and stand up against harassment, hatred, racism, homophobia, and injustice wherever and whenever it presents itself. If we do that collectively, we can bring about the lasting change that we seek. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can I just make a brief comment? Thank you very much for that. And that reminds us, I know we all know it, Albany schools are a piece of the community, but we're not the community. And we have an obligation to teach the kids who are in our care. And one of the things we need to teach them is acceptance of everybody, not only in our community, but the world community. But of course, we can't do it alone. So thank you very much for those comments. The whole community needs to be involved in this.
I just want to say you can submit this into the record.
Hi, my name's Emily Sorowitz and I teach at the high school. And this year I teach U.S. History and IHS. And I offer my perspective to this community conversation because I think I have a lot to share about my experiences at the high school, especially this year. And I hope that my perspective will help us as we find positive and productive ways to move forward. And I want to start by saying that to talk about this like heartbreak that everyone feels, that's palpable. And a lot of students don't know this, but we teachers are kind of at a disadvantage when it comes to certain disciplinary actions because we're not connected with you guys on social media. So we don't know about things the same way you do. And there are confidentiality rules and we are told sort of vague overviews. And so after this happened, about 2 days later after the news of the Instagram account came out, I hadn't seen any images. And my service student who's older, she's a senior, she showed me one picture and that's the one picture that I saw. And it was a girl I just knew to be so kind and sweet, and it was heartbreaking. And when I saw it, I knew the heavy weight of history was in that picture, and I also recognized that I'm lucky. I haven't been a victim of racism in my life, and so I would never feel it the way a lot of people would feel it. And so I just want to tell you guys about a lot of the care and the empathy and the caring teaching that does go on at the high school. And I am not a perfect teacher at all. And I can always get better and I should always do better and be reflective on my teaching. But I care a lot about teaching U.S. history and I care a lot about it now, especially, I mean, leading into this year, given everything that had been happening in our country. And the gentleman's eloquent speech before me kind of lays the groundwork pretty well for what I wanted to say, which is that over the summer, if you can think back, and over this 24-hour news cycle that we live in, it's almost hard with everything that's happened over the last 6 months to think back that far. But a lot of racial tension is building in this country over the summer. And so the Charleston shooting happened after we were dismissed from school and President Obama's eulogy to follow. And there was a lot of movement with Black Lives Matter, but Philando Castile and Alton Sterling and other people were killed. They were innocent, they were killed by police. And so the tension built and there was the ambush of the police officers in Dallas. It was heavy. This summer was heavy. And so as I prepared my curriculum for U.S. history for 11th graders, I thought, I can't ignore this. And also over the summer, 2 political parties had their conventions. And one of them presented a very dark view of America, this us versus them view. And so I decided to try to help my kids process the now and understand the deep historical roots. And I tell them all the time in history that you can't understand today without understanding how we got here, and that we've got to listen to the lessons of history so that we can navigate our way through the world. And so what I did was I started with this little introductory unit. I called it The Pulse of the Nation, but we read a couple pieces by Jelani Cobb about Black Lives Matter, and we looked at immigration in various angles. Beyond the candidates, we read a profile of a dreamer in Southern California who was the valedictorian of his class. And we read Martin Luther King and we listened to him early and we thought about why his words mattered more than ever. And then we moved on and we studied other periods of time and other people and other epics of history, but when we got to the Civil War, I wanted my students to really understand through Lincoln's speeches his evolution as a politician and as a person. And so we read some excerpts from the Lincoln-Douglas debates, and we talked about in our class how it feels really like crass and insensitive to hear the way he spoke about slavery when he was running as a politician to be a senator. And we read the Gettysburg Address, where there's a change, but it's kind of subtle. And then we really focused on where he came in the second inaugural address, because in Lincoln's second inaugural address, Frederick Douglass called it more like a sermon than a political address. And he's preaching to a broken nation that slavery is America's sin. And if God is going to punish the nation for all of the wealth built from slavery and for all of the horror inflicted on these people, then so be it. We have to accept it. And we know that he was killed a couple weeks later. But we actually really focused then in that unit on Reconstruction, and I used curriculum from an organization called Facing History and Ourselves. It tries to teach history with empathy and with a moral sort of conscience. And you look at these periods of time and not just learn what happened, but learn, why was it allowed to happen? Who were the bystanders that wouldn't step in, and who were the upstanders who took a stand and risked their lives and gave their lives sometimes? And so in that unit, it's like, it can be really daunting to teach U.S. history, right? And you can't not talk about race. You know, I mean, like, it's there, it's intricately woven into the fabric of our country. And so sometimes it feels like, to the kids, I think, like, And what I tried to teach them is that there are always empowering stories along the way that we have to learn from, that give us these glimmers of hope of where we would move. And one of them in Reconstruction is that in 1868, and a lot of people don't realize this, in 1868, in South Carolina, the first state to secede, the capital of the Confederacy, the last state to stubbornly give up the Confederate flag last year, in South Carolina in 1868, they had a majority black legislature. And I made sure my students knew that, because I know that the hard part of democracy, the bad part of democracy, is that it takes a long time. And I want my students, I believe my students are understanding that. And I always say to them, but what does this mean? It's doom and gloom and we just have to like feel that? And no, of course not, because it's people. Democracy is of the people, right? So the people are the ones who push. And that's what you're doing here right now. This is a democratic forum that we're using to try to process this hard time and figure out where to go. And beyond that, I have a teaching partner, and we didn't just learn about African American civil rights. We learned about various other groups of people, but I focused with them on Chicano civil rights, and so they learned about the LA walkouts in the high schools in the 60s, and about how, I mean, it's apropos to now that the months-long protest at San Francisco State, where they created an ethnic studies department there, and we took them to the Mission, and we went to Balmy Alley, and we saw those murals, and we tried to really teach them history with a heart. And I want the community to know that these things happen. And I'm not perfect, and I'm not every teacher, but I care a lot about what I do, and I care about your children, all of them. And that's why it's hard. It's hard because my heart breaks for these girls, and I don't mean to sound insensitive to the pain of the girls, but my heart breaks for these boys too, because I know that everything is hard right now. And so, separately, I teach freshmen. My name's Emily Surowitz. My family's Jewish. My children are Jewish. I teach Hitler saluters, and this is like so crazy, okay? Because people who work with young people, I think, react to things and interact with people differently than people who don't. Because I know that sometimes young people are really stupid, like very dumb. And never underestimate how immature a freshman boy can be. It's like, it's huge. And they're not all, right? Like poor boys, I'm not trying to generalize boys, but on a scale of things. And so, but see, we noticed something early on was kind of like in the air with just this tiny handful of freshman boys, that they were behaving differently than we were used to, that they were, that they kind of didn't care if they offended people. And so I tell my kids in IHS that I'm not just your teacher. Like, I know it sounds weird to hear from an adult, from your teacher, but I'm helping raise you. It's my job. It's all of our jobs. Like, we're not just like read the pages and answer the questions, right? And I feel a sense of responsibility in that way. And so in the beginning of the year, when there's this like little bit of, I mean, I didn't hear it so much in the classroom. It's just that kids would tell me outside of the class, there's some stuff going on. And so I responded the way many adults in Albany are responding now, which is I said, this is Albany High School. And we're not just tolerant, we celebrate our diversity. And that's what makes us special. And this is not how you behave here. And da 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 da. And it was just kind of like, and then I started to say things like, and my class is the perfect forum for that because it's a class about life and it's supposed to be helping them think more about their actions and make decisions that hopefully will help them be healthier and more successful overall. And I know that they're not always going to make the right decision, but I started to say, why are you doing this? Like, where is this coming from? And this is to talk about the freshmen specifically, the freshman incidents specifically, which are separate, right? And they said, well, we're super into memes. Like, meme culture is really big. And if I'm not, there was an administrator at our school who didn't know what memes were, and I had to tell her. So a meme, in case you don't know, is just a picture with words on it. And a lot of times they're supposed to be jokes. But my friends and my Facebook newsfeed, and I know you guys don't even, like, you use Instagram and like Snapchat and all that stuff, right? But in my world, my friends don't think racist jokes are funny, so I never see them. And my friends don't think misogynist jokes are funny, so I never see them. And my friends don't think homophobic jokes, and, you know, on and on and on. My friends don't think those things are funny, so I'm not confronted with them regularly. And what these freshmen were telling me is that all of these really offensive memes are trending. And they're not just trending here. They're a thing that's out there for everyone. And so it's not like I said, oh, okay, I get it, that explains it. I, of course, talked about the desensitizing effects of this. And the kids, what we need to do, in addition to all of us getting together, is we need to put a bunch of kids in rooms in a non-confrontational way where they don't feel like they're in trouble, focus groups or whatever, and just ask them about this stuff. Ask them, what do you see and how does it impact you? Because it doesn't excuse any of the behavior. It does not take the hurt away from one person. But the truth is that you guys, the stuff the internet is a universe. And some of it is amazing and awesome and cool. And some of it is dark and scary. And you guys wander there by yourselves in a lot of ways. And kids are telling me starting in middle school. And so there has to be, like, I think, massive education and parent involvement and teacher involvement, like, all together to start helping these kids who have grown up online handle it. Because right now it seems like a lot of kids can't handle it. So I wrote myself notes. And so the thing is that I had to teach my son about anti-Semitism a long time before I wanted to, because he's in first grade. So he was 6 years old, and I was watching the news, like the national news, just a rundown of stuff, and he was playing Legos, and this segment came on about toppled headstones and JCC threats and scared-looking kids and their parents running out, and it was on, and I wanted to stop it, and I didn't have time to stop it, and he saw it, and he was playing his Legos, and he put them down, and I watched his face, and his face changed, and he got really confused, and he got really scared. And he's in first grade, and so my husband and I just tried to talk to him about this thing that he didn't know existed, and try to help him feel safe. And so I heard it said at a board meeting a couple times back maybe that Albany has deep-seated problems with anti-Semitism, and I would never want my son to grow up in a community with deep-seated anti-Semitism, and I would never want my son to go to school in a place with deep-seated anti-Semitism. And I know this place, and I'm telling you that is not this place. Albany's a great place, and we're going through, and we have problems, right? Albany is a great place, though it still is. And so when I see, for example, these girls who are victims, who are of this place, when I see them composing themselves with strength and grace and dignity and facing insurmountable odds, they're Albany. And when I see all of you here, parents of everybody, parents of boys and girls and everybody, you're Albany, like this is us. And I hope that we can think about that going forward, because I want my kid to grow up here. I am thankful and grateful, in fact, that my kid can grow up, that all of my children can grow up here. And I hope that we don't lose sight of that as we deal with these really, really hard problems. So I hope this helps.
Charlie?
Blazer. Blazer.
My name is Nuria Hodolagil. I'm a parent. I have 2 children in Albany Unified School District. I will be brief. I just want to make 3 points. The first point is racism is everywhere. I'm familiar with it with my work in public health, and we see the effect of racism on especially African Americans in almost every health indicator. Babies born in Berkeley, downtown Berkeley, if they're African American, their risk of dying is 3 times higher than white babies. Just one example. So that's one, and even doctors, nurses, midwives, healthcare providers are not immune from acting in a quote unquote racist way, which they don't mean to. So we just need to acknowledge that. That's one. Second is no child, no student should be terrified to go to school, either side. They should not be terrified. And everybody makes mistakes. We can, if we have the goodwill, if we acknowledge, we can find solutions. But there's one problem, that's my third point, that I want to acknowledge here as well, and it's how we are defining things. If we define this as a real problem, or not, if we're just looking the other way. So I became an American citizen about 3-4 years ago. So I studied my amendments. I memorized my amendments to pass the test. You have to take a test. There are 100 questions. So based on what I know, you cannot, if you post a photograph of lynching on Instagram, or if you are saying Heil Hitler in the corridors of a school, that does not qualify as your freedom of speech. That is hate speech. So I just wanted to get that for the records, because these records, we will go back, we will look at them. So, just to get it out there. And it also tells us that we have to go a long way to teach our kids, what those amendments are, what our rights are, what is wrong, what is not. Because if we cannot agree on what's not acceptable, then we cannot find a solution. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Trey. I originally came up here because I was really upset and really angry, but I just want to take this time to push that down and be a bigger person. So I want to talk a lot about 3 things. One of them being truth, the other about being honesty, and the third, history. Unfortunately, we live in a country where people are oppressed and people have privilege. And privilege isn't privilege. Privilege is resources that are taken away from somebody else and given to others. And I think that we all need to realize what privileges we have in our lives. Because if you have a privilege, I mean, it doesn't matter or not if your son didn't see the Instagram and liked it on purpose. If your son liked it on purpose or didn't like it on purpose, that doesn't matter. Your son has privilege. Your son has a responsibility to work to make this a better and more equitable America for every single person here. And if you say that you're a bystander, my son is void of that responsibility because he didn't know what he was doing, that's not an excuse, and there can't be an excuse for that. And when we talk about history, the founding fathers had slaves. The founding fathers didn't write the Constitution for African Americans, and the founding fathers didn't write the Constitution for women. And that has to be acknowledged. And when you say that, you know, instead of asking yourself, is this right or is this wrong, you ask yourself, is this legal or is it illegal? And that's hiding behind the same power structures that give you privilege. And, you know, I mean, at a certain point, I wonder, but, I mean, I just want to take this time to tell everybody, no matter who you are, you have a responsibility to yourself and you have a responsibility to your others, and it's never too late to start. So whoever you are, whatever you've done, wherever you come from, I don't care. If you want to work to make this country, this place, this school, this nation, whatever that is, a better place, then I want to do work. But I don't want to say you're not responsible because you didn't know what you're doing. Everybody should be responsible for what they're doing and what they did. Thank you.
Okay, I'm up here. I'm up here. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. I've heard this word. I know everybody loves it, but inclusion. And it sounds really great. Wonderful word, isn't it? Sounds sweet and nice. But I'm going to throw a curveball in here because I think that, especially in Albany, we've been blinded by the illusion of inclusion. So take that one with you tonight. And the reason that we've been blinded by that illusion is there is no inclusion here. I've mentioned this several times. Every time I come up here and look at this board, every time I look at the staff and the teachers in this school district, there's no inclusion. There's an illusion that people are being included. And Albany, I'm going back to the 80s when my husband was a student here. I come from the Midwest. Actually, I come from the islands, but I grew up in the Midwest. And I grew up in Hazelwood, Missouri. Hazelwood, Missouri is so white bread that when you drive in to where I grew up, there is a Wonder Bread factory. You smell Wonder Bread. It's Wonder Bread, Walston Purina, used to be McDonnell Douglas, and now it's Boeing, and Anheuser-Busch. I grew up with Augie Busch III, who was the heir to Anheuser-Busch fortune. But you know what you're getting when you grow up there. Upper middle class, you know exactly who's who and what you're gonna get. When I moved to California, I was like, this is the Bay Area. This is supposed to be liberal Haven Central. I was never called a name. I was never treated poorly growing up in Hazelwood, Missouri. I did not know that what I was supposed to happen in Missouri actually happened in California. What I am facing here in this little 1 square mile, I never faced growing up in Missouri. I just think that this is topsy-turvy. My husband told me that what is going on right here happened back in the 80s when he was a student at this school. My 2 sons who graduated in 2012 and 2015 face the exact same thing that's happening right now, or worse. Albany, by its very nature, has brought this upon itself. With your air of superiority and your exclusionary policies and your wannabe, we're better than everybody else. There was a young woman who said it at the very first meeting about a month ago, looking down on the people a couple blocks away at El Cerrito High, or a mile or so down the other way at Berkeley High. You brought it on yourselves. You don't look like me, if your checkbook's not the same, if your house don't have the same number of zeros, I don't want to talk to you. So, you know, came in for some solutions, so I'm gonna give you a few of them that I think you should do. All right? The police publish what they have, a blotter. Every week, they publish a blotter of crime. So get to publishing your blotter of crime. Do a weekly or bi-weekly blotter of the activities that are happening in the schools that, whether they're whatever ism, if it's a theft or whatever is happening in these schools, it could be a one-liner for whatever school that's happening. Publish it bi-weekly, publish it monthly, whatever is convenient, but publish it so that we can see what's going on in the schools. That's not that difficult. The incident data that somebody said was manually input at the school, somebody needs to translate that electronically and then routinely publish it. You need to hire some staff and instructors that look like the black and brown students. Racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia cannot be taught by those who learn about racism and sexism and Judaism and Islam from Google. You need me to say that again? Quit trying to hire people who learn about the isms from internet research and from a textbook, okay? You can't bring me somebody in here who's gonna tell me about Islamophobia because they read about it in a textbook, okay? They need to live it. They need to go to the airport like I do and get randomly searched every time they go to the airport. Because that's me. I'm the random searched person, even though I have a government clearance and a clear card, but I'm randomly pulled out every single time. You can't, and men, you can take as much offense as you want to, but not one of you can tell me about giving birth unless you've done it. I don't care how much sympathy you have for your wife. Can't teach me about it. You can't teach me unless you've earned 79 cents or 58 cents to the dollar on what it feels like to be that one woman who's a senior director in a company and not treated the same as that man. So as long as you keep hiring and doing and getting people to train the same people, there's a man who said you're asking the people in the fire to put out the fire. That's why you're getting the same results. You hired seeds, and then you learned after you paid them and you went through the process, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't have done that. You didn't do your due diligence. Look at your stakeholders ahead of time and talk to them. I talked to you guys about that before. If you fail to address the needs of these children properly, you're only going to come up with a certain number of things. They're going to quit talking to you. They're going to quit reporting. They're going to internalize it, and it's going to become worse. Or you're going to have a certain number of them who are going to decide we're going to handle this our own way, which is what's happened in the past. We're going to handle it our own way. Or you're going to keep perpetuating this, and you're going to still have people come back 20, 30, 40 years from now. We're going to say this is still happening. And neither of those are viable solutions. So sitting down in a room and asking your students, and somebody says something about, talking to them about what's going on in the internet and, and the memes and whatever, all that's great, except, you know what? I have a conversation with my daughter. I know what she's looking at on the internet. She's not in a room by herself looking at a cell phone or a computer. She has all the access, and I trust her, but I verify. Now, I'm not going to take her phone and look at her text messages unless I have to. She knows I will if I must, but I don't. But who taught her how to do it? She ain't learned by herself. She don't pay for a phone. I do. She didn't buy a MacBook Pro. I did. I think that it's a little backwards here in Albany. That's where that word, where's the young man? Privilege comes in. I don't know not one of these children who has $3,000 to go buy a MacBook Pro unless a parent then gave it to them. So somewhere, the inmates are running a prison. So somebody needs to take control back. There was something in here that really bothered me about this presentation on the staff report. You had up here all of this information about the 5,000 series policies, the current policy implementation. And then on the other side, it said, needs and next steps. And one of your board members asked the question, and all of a sudden he got cut off and we moved on to something else. And I put in big bold letters on my notes, who's doing the teaching and how are the students being trained? Because in my estimation, giving somebody a piece of paper in the back to school packet that says you must sign or you will not get your school schedule or your ID, if you're a parent and you do not sign and turn it in, is not training. And all it is an internet policy. There's a real tiny print and nobody reads, and if they do read it, they put it away in the file. They never read it again. Who is training these students? And if they're not training them, you don't need additional policies. You just need to implement the ones that you have. That is the law. The law says that you're supposed to be training these students. Who's training them? Now that's a question you do need to answer. Who's training them? How are they getting trained? When are they getting trained? How often are they getting trained? The staff, who's training them? How are they getting trained? When are they getting trained? How often are they getting trained? What is the substance of that training? Because what I'm seeing based on these needs that the young woman put together earlier, it doesn't look like it's getting met. And instead of sending me 5,000 messages that says that your child has been tardy today, how about sending me a message that says we have a meeting coming up that we need you to attend to tell me how these children are not going to be racist and sexist and anti-Semitic and Islamophobic. How about that? How about telling me how, instead of telling me that we have a bullying policy, we're going to actually implement some policies that says if your child is bullying somebody, we're going to hold you and your child responsible. Because as the man said earlier, he may have said it as eloquent, my husband did say it. You follow some of these people home and you will find out where this behavior begins, whether it's purposeful or it's incidental. Because sometimes our children learn behavior by default because we're not paying attention to them. We are not giving them the type of attention that they need. Earlier, a lady mentioned, I am not your Negro. I know in AP English or Honors English, a lot of these children are reading James Baldwin. It's James Baldwin is who she was referring to. Somebody was writing down, I am not your Negro. It's James Baldwin. It's a very classic play. Right now, it's a movie that's out in the theaters. You may not be able to get the actual current movie, but it's an old feature. So, but you can get the play if that's what you're looking for. The other thing is there was a word that everybody was looking for. Everybody was saying respect, respect, respect. There's another one that you may want to look into, and it's called dignity. Dignity is a word that a lot of people don't give enough credit to. The word itself, it has different meanings to different people, but it doesn't just mean stiff and composed. It means that you have a belief in yourself, in your own self-worth, but it also means that I have a responsibility not just to me, but to treat myself in a certain way, but to treat other people in a way that upholds them. And it's high time that this community starts teaching children some dignity. Have some dignity about yourself. And before I turn this over to you, young woman, and I want everybody just to hear this one thing, all right? Because this is what this community needs right now. And before you leave, I need you to hear this. Before you leave, I need you to hear this. Okay? Okay? Don't leave. All right, you ready? Everybody listening? It's my favorite, so listen. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trode me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like the moons and the suns with the certainty of tides. Just like hope's springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down the teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laughed like I got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise? Did I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. From a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise, bringing the gift that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Albany, that is your charge. You have to rise.
Hi, I'm Anna Baker Haynes. I'm a junior here. I have a lot of complicated thoughts. I'm going to try and I want them to make sense because I've been wanting to say this for a while. I've been really unhappy in the Albany School District because I have felt like I've been treated like a number and looked over. And I don't want to dismiss any of the other issues. This is going to relate to it. So, Miss Azelstein, Mr. Perenni, and Miss Serwitz, who spoke earlier, have been teachers who looked at me as more than a number, who had a conversation with me at some point. And I wasn't just a student, I was someone they really, truly cared about. And we talk about why don't students feel safe coming to administration or teachers and talking about what's going on. It's because a lot of students feel like it's not a conversation you can have, but when teachers take a real interest in who you are and what's going on in your life, and like Miss Azelstein and I have just had conversations about like what I really want to do in the world or what I'm having trouble with outside of school, and it makes a huge difference. And throughout this whole process, people have come in and talked to us about the legalities of this issue. You know, if you take photos of somebody without their consent, that's illegal, and like you'll get in legal trouble. The police might come talk to you. You could get suspended. You could get expelled. But why aren't we focusing on the responsibility that we have to each other as a community, right? It's more than a punishment. It's the people that you love and care about are hurting, and you're hurting. Why aren't we having more conversations? It really frustrates me when administration came in to my classroom and they said, I'm reading off a script. I want you to know that I'm reading off a script because we want to talk to you about how this is illegal. Why not like start a conversation within the classroom? Like look around at the people you love. You are hurting, they are hurting. Like let's talk about that. And let's look at the teachers who I do feel comfortable talking to, and other teachers, I hope they take a note from that. I'm really thankful for them. And my suggestion is that we open up more conversation and not talk about, oh, I can't talk to you about that because there are legal obligations. So let's not focus on what we can't talk about. Let's talk about what we can talk about. So, thank you.
I totally agree with everything Anna said and a lot of everything else that's been said. My name's Dylan Kurzrogel. I'm a senior here. I just have like a few things that I wanted to say that related to the timeline earlier, so they might not seem so terribly relevant right now. But one of the things I wanted to say was in regards to like improving restorative justice things at the school going forwards and what you want to do in terms of restorative justice, and looking at why SEEDS was not terribly effective. I think it would be really, really helpful if you talk to the people who participated in those programs, and like the 11th graders and the people who were in the meetings about their constructive criticism, because I've heard, I don't know if you've already done that, but I've heard people like say really thoughtful things about why that didn't work out for them. Another thing I wanted to say was that I constantly hear things about privacy issues when you talk about punishments for students, which I think is all very valid, but I just wanted to say that for me as a student, that message that you have privacy obligations becomes really unclear when, for example, when we were at the sit-in or whatever, there was a time when the students who were suspended, who were being brought back that day, were all sort of like marched out in front of all of us. And one of the people who was marched out was someone who I personally had no idea was involved. And I can say everyone I talked to said they had no idea that this person was involved, and that seemed to me like a violation of that person's privacy. So I feel like there's some inconsistency there, and it makes it harder for you to have the credibility when you tell us you can't talk about punishments, even in a vague way, even not addressing people's names, when you actually sort of outed people to like a really big hurting crowd. So that was something that was unclear to me. And then the other thing I wanted to say was that you were talking about like the task force earlier and how students hadn't expressed interest, and other people have made comments about that I think were great. I just want to say I looked through my email. I didn't receive any email. I talked to some other people. They didn't say they received emails. I don't know. Like I know that some people for student email addresses and AUSD outside email addresses can't email us, but I'm pretty sure other AUSD email addresses can email us, and it would be nice to receive an email about it because I had no idea, and it would have been really nice to know. And there have been other emails like about recent incidences with principals and stuff that I heard about via email long after my parents heard about it, and I find that frustrating. So I think those are things that could be worked on. Thanks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Navid Nathanaik. I am the male student that was targeted in this Instagram account, and I just have a few words to say that I've been trying to say for a while. So, first of all, to the school board, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Some of you I know personally, and excuse me, I wouldn't be here without, and I really appreciate that. Mr. Sorensen, I know your son. I know your son very well. I was his officer, I believe, 2 years ago. And during that time, I was so confident that he would be a great leader. I saw a lot of potential in him and his friend. And to see him sitting in that room because of what he'd done really broke my heart. Because there was someone with a lot of potential who made the choice that he did and hurt so many of us because of that. And I hope he realizes that. Also, I'd like for all of you to take a look around the room to the people who are staying here. That means so much to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to all of us because it shows us that you really support us, and that's incredible. And yeah, it means a lot that everyone's here. It means a lot, the support we've gotten, and it means a lot. I think it's something that's really important, to me at least, is that we all work together to find a solution. I think that's the only way. Oh, last thing, sorry. To the young man who addressed the constitutionality and free speech, you're right. Free speech does protect most things, but what it does not protect is a call to action. For example, yelling fire in a movie theater, I'm sure you've all heard that example before, is illegal. So when you draw a noose around someone's neck and then talk about bringing a rope to school, I would argue that that is not protected by free speech. Thank you so much for your time.
Excuse me, we have somebody up here with the mic who's been waiting for a long time to talk.
Coach?
Okay. Is this on? Okay. Well, I had a quiz, but people kind of gave it away because I was going to ask President Black, do you know who I am?
Yes, sir. You talked at another board meeting.
I know. Do you remember my name?
No, sir.
Does anybody on the board know my first name? No, I'm not you, Val. You don't count. Does anybody know my first name on the board? Do you know my last name? Do you know what I do for the high school? What do I do? I coach basketball. What basketball team do I coach?
The girls.
Girls. Okay, so when we see when we look at the presentation, they talked about who was targeted and it said staff, right? I'm the staff. But you don't know my name. You don't know my first name. You don't know my last name. You don't know anything about me. You don't know how long I've been working at the school. Oh, you do? Yes? All right, congratulations. I got one board member on the entire Albany School Board that knows who I am. Even though I'm sure when you saw that there was a staff that was targeted. So it's either you didn't care to find out who it was, or you found out I was just an off-campus coach, and so it was not a big deal, or that I was African American, and that made it even more relevant. If my name was Kermit Bankston, who was the great wrestling coach here, something would have been done, at least some type of an apology. If my name was Bill Tressler, now don't get me wrong, Bill Tressler is a good friend of mine and I respect him greatly. But I guarantee you, if he was targeted, you would have responded. So I'm gonna be a little bit selfish here because part of my job is to nurse, train, protect. I got several current players here. I got several former players over there and over here who graciously graduated 6-7 years ago, and they come out to support me. So I think I did something right over the 14 years I was here. So to not be acknowledged by any one of you is such disrespectful. And it goes a long way. We know what those boys did and how wrong they were, but you guys are at the top and you didn't respond. Mr. Black, my wife sent you an email.
I did respond to her.
Oh, you did. You did. But would you have reached out if she didn't? You didn't know who I was.
May I respond for a second?
Sure.
You can keep talking, but I don't know the names of any of the people who are targeted because it's our job to hear the expulsion hearing. And so we don't have any of that information beforehand, and I purposely did not ask for it. So it's not intended to be disrespectful. I know that you have done a great job for the schools, and I respect the work you've done. But the reason that I haven't reached out to you and that I haven't learned your name is just because of that. Because
So what about the protection for me if I'm the employee? Where's my protection?
I had a conversation with the superintendent about that today. We're not forgetting you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, you're right. You're right. It's much later. It's not the first conversation I've had, but I take your point. Believe me. But it's not intentional disrespect. That's not what this was about.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to be a little bit selfish here because, again, my job has been about protecting and supporting these young ladies. But I'm going to be a little bit selfish, so I want to talk about myself and what I've been through. Okay, yes, I was targeted. I was the one that had the picture of the noose along with one of my players with the noose around her neck. That is a threat. I don't care how you want to call it, look at it. That is a threat on my life. Now, I've heard some people call it high school hijinks. Boys being boys, locker room talk kind of stuff. Really? Hijinks? That's what it's come down to? So I want to do a little bit of my own educating here. So bear with me a little bit, because I don't think this is high school hijinks. And Ms. DeLisa kind of talked about this a little bit. And I will just expand on it a little bit further. From 1889 to 1918, more than 2,400 African Americans were hanged or burned at the stake. Many lynching victims were accused of little more than making boastful remarks, insulting a white man, or seeking employment out of place. Lynching was community sanctioned. Lynchings were frequently publicized well in advance, and people dressed up and traveled long distances for the occasion. The January 26, 1921 issue of the Memphis Press contained the headline, "May lynch 3 to 6 Negroes on Friday." Clergymen, business leaders often participated in the lynchings. Few of the people who committed lynchings were ever punished. What makes the lynchings all more chilling is the carnival atmosphere and the aura of self-righteousness that surrounded the grisly events. Railroads sometimes ran special excursion trains to allow spectators to watch lynchings. Lynch mobs could swell to 15,000 people. 15,000 people came to watch this. Tickets were sold to the lynchings. The mood of the white mobs was exuberant. Men cheering, women preening, children frolicking around the corpse. Photographers recorded the scenes and sold photographic postcards in lynchings, just like the one of me and my player. And they sent those postcards with inscriptions that said, "You missed a good time." So, again, the lesson here is the lynchings were community sanctioned. What will this community sanction? Thank you.
You need a mic.
Coach Ray Newsome, I'm sorry that I didn't know your name. I should have. I messed up. Thank you for your words. I will never forget your name, Coach Ray Newsome.
So I want to second everything that Navin just said, because it's very important. I think you all should like take that again. Like, thanks to these guys are still your leaders. You like, they're here, they're representing you, and like you have to be grateful for that, because I mean, you just do. And then like look around you, and what I have learned in high school is that, well, probably not specifically in high school, but actually when people work together, they accomplish much more than they would alone. And teaching, I want to emphasize how important teaching is, because when you have topics like this, like, teaching is how you teaching is important. Like, some of the kids that were suspended, that I saw during our little sit-in when they were being walked out of a room into the attendance office. Some of those were my friends, and they were very close actually. They were so close to me. And I feel as a friend that I feel guilty. Like I could have and should have taught them that stuff like this is not okay, no matter if it's intentional or not. You're just being a bystander. Like you have to be aware of your surroundings and society. That's where teaching comes in. And yeah, in my opinion, humans they're not naturally evil. Humans aren't born with instincts to hate other people, to put down other people, to go and hit someone or whatever. It's taught. Teaching is what shapes people. And it can shape them in a good way or a bad way. So that's why what I want is for everybody in this room to just teach. Just in your life, just teach. And then in our education system, I want to be taught. I want topics like racism, sexism, all this stuff to be taught, because it's not being taught. Like, I barely get taught this stuff in school. And that's how incidents like this happen, with lack of teaching, which means lack of knowledge. So that is very important. That's all I have to say. It's just, again, thanks to the both of you.
I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. I know everybody's tired. Everybody's had their second shift and their third. And this is the second marathon meeting we're having. First of all, I want to be able to acknowledge the school board members. I understand how it's natural, it just comes naturally to want to be able to respond immediately. But we needed to be able to have an opportunity to be able to speak. And to Coach, thank you for all the work you do. And to the young women whose voice was almost shut down, it took a whole community to make sure that voice continued to be heard. And that's what Albany needs to be able to exemplify. I want to be able to say that as far as suggestions, I know it took a lot of thought and a lot of discussion on your part, but I do have to say thank you. The principal was fired, and that took a bold step. And it was something that we asked for a few weeks ago, that needed to be done. The principal had to go here at Albany High School. I agree, Denise. I want to be able to, this is my moment. I've been waiting, so thank you. I want to be able to address the following issues as far as how to move forward, and these are my suggestions as an Albany resident and a mother of an Albany middle schooler. There is academic implicit bias, and the moment the district recognizes that, we're already moving forward. Children who are bullied and have disabilities often explode when they've reached their breaking point. And the reason they reach these breaking points is simply because no one is addressing the harassment, the level of racism that they're going through on a daily basis. They also become victims twice, because then they're suspended when they do react to the behavior that they're being surrounded by, of this culture that's being allowed incessantly, and that it's okay to not address it after they've gone to counselors, to teachers on a number of occasions for assistance to address these kind of issues. These daily microaggressions then identify children that are of color, Latinos, Blacks, here in this district as troublemakers. And they can never recover from that bias. They can never recover from that bias. it's impossible for any child to feel that the community is responsive or that the school administration is being responsive when the counselors that are intervening are saying we have to have this approach of community and being able to have everybody come into the conversation when they're both being blamed for something that this was microaggressions that were continuous. There is no trained staff person, teacher, or counselor on implicit bias in this school district. I want to be very clear about that. How can we move forward? And that would be my suggestion to the school board members, that there has to be a mandatory implicit bias training for all educators, administrators, teachers, counselors, paras. It has to be a culture of change where this is instituted. The task force, you know, I appreciate the presentation that was given about the task force. And I work in politics. I hear about, you know, and I appreciate you listening and taking that idea and running with it and proposing it. I thank you for that. But with that, I also want to tell you that there's a responsibility that whatever parents signed up for that committee should not just be a committee that's going to be listening for hours on end, but will not have the authority to create institutional policy change that needs to happen. Who wants to volunteer for an incredible amount of hours to just listen to people's grievances? The committee has to be able to give recommendations that can actually make sustainable changes within the school district. It makes no matter how many task forces you create, if they will not have the authority or power to influence institutional change within the Albany Unified School District. The school district has to hire, has to recruit, have taken a stronger role in pursuing and recruiting and retaining teachers of color, Latinos, African Americans, so that the school classrooms look and reflect how the demographics are changing within Albany. We're not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. And the proof is in this meeting alone right now and the time that it is, that we're not going anywhere. But there has to be an institutional thought on your part as school board members to make sure that teachers are being recruited. And by the way, my other hat, that you also settle a contract for the teachers that are struggling to stay in Albany Unified School District and continue teaching our kids. It's important that the school district not just think of an idea, but really put into process what measures are you going to take in instituting ethnic studies. What I have seen in my observation as a mom dropping off my kid over the last few years here in Albany is that there's a damn level of arrogance on how children who are not of color look onto other kids. And I see that every day, every morning. And when I speak to my son on how the sentiment is and the culture that's accepted, especially when children report it to the administration that this happened to them, what the outcome is afterward on the back end, that child is being seen as a rat. For having reported something, then they are more ostracized for having spoken up and said, this is not happening. I'm not okay with this happening to me. I think that in order for us to move forward, there has to be documented incidents that have occurred at AUSD schools. We have to look at not just the last 10 years, but go even further, 20 years, because that gives us an even better opportunity to see how many kids, Latino, Black, Asian, that have been the focus of immediate suspensions rather than being able to keep them in the classrooms. Having these conversations is absolutely important on whatever institutional change is made within AUSD. These conversations have to happen on the onset, meaning at those kindergarten orientations that you guys do, at the 9th grade orientations that you guys do. And there also has to be an evaluation every year of all the students filling out surveys. How are you feeling? How is the school district really, really taking care of you, right? is this community. This is a community that we all drank the Kool-Aid that we want to bring our kids here. And we had to choose between gangs or racism. And it's really sad that now that it's so fragrant, so out there, so emboldened, that our young women who are just courageous, but that young men feel that they are entitled to this. And sir, to the father who spoke here, I understand you and I respect you for having gotten up here to speak up. And it shows the measure of the kind of father you are, because you're trying to advocate for your son. In Los Angeles, I was in the 10th grade when the riots happened in Los Angeles. And oh my God, not only were we chased by police, but you couldn't go into a liquor store. We didn't have markets. We had liquor stores. You were always being followed by the Korean owner, the liquor store owner. And after the riots, one of the things that was done was that there was a cultural exchange. And I thank you for coming up here. I understand as a parent, it's painful for seeing your child, what they're going through, but you also have to put yourself in the shoes and put yourself in the position of those parents whose daughters were injured by your son's actions. And, I think you are trying to exemplify what other parents need to be doing. An apology is owed. An apology goes such a damn long way, is what I was raised with. An apology would have been afforded to these young women and saying, we apologize for our actions, and how do we make it whole? But the community is not going to move forward unless we are all willing to put the time and the work that is necessary. And there are institutional changes. But going back to the riots, what ended up happening is that there was a cultural exchange between Latinos and Blacks in Compton and all over Los Angeles, that they had to be able to engage owners. Liquor store owners were staying with Black families and Mexicans in Compton so that they can understand the kind of shit we had to go through back in those days. But it was only then and there that really shows the community investment, that you wronged me and you have to make my community whole. But there has to have that conversation. Everybody is hurt. I am also, what's going to happen to my son? And I have to look at it every day about what am I going to hear today that's happening at the middle school and how my son will be injured, but not just my own. Everybody is here because they're concerned about their own babies. And we don't want for this to jade them, right? None of us want this to jade them. This has to be taken as a community, as a learning opportunity. And to the vultures of attorneys that have their positions and so on and so forth, honey, I'm going to say this very clearly. This community will recover, but the only way to do that is going to be that everybody is invested in making sure that these institutional changes happen. It's the only way. We all need to be responsible for what our kids put on there. And I appreciate you standing up here. But I have heard the many testimonies of those young women and their families and the pain that everyone is going through. But the school board, I ask you to consider the ideas that we're giving you and being able to make sure that this institutional change happens. I am in incredible awe of all of these children and the students. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for your parents allowing you to stay here as late as you have been. And again, we will not recover from this until we're all really invested. And people have to come together. And the parents and families whose children were affected, they have to want to come together. But the simple shit of it was just a like and da-da-da, that's not a good enough reason. But your son, the best lesson is make your son accountable and make him apologize to everyone that needs to have an apologies to. Thank you.
Charlie?
So I would like to observe it's after 11 o'clock. The conversation needs to continue. It's not clear to me that it needs to continue all night tonight, but I understand we will have more opportunities. And so I will
really
ask
like to speak just
if people
really
would
quick.
like to speak for the next hour, I will listen. but I'm not sure. We have gone an hour past the time that we agreed to end the meeting, and I would like to ask the rest of the board what your preference is.
Well, in the meantime, I'll just start speaking. I have several things that I want to say, but very quickly. First, regarding data. I really believe in data, and I think there is a time and a place for data. I find it very hard to believe that there is not data going back for a substantial amount of time. I don't actually, and for this I disagree with Olga, I would really like to see Albany data on suspensions, on referrals at every single site going back to 1980. Because I think until we do that, because we have members of our community attesting to the fact that this has been an issue for at least 40 years, I want to see that data. I know it exists. There are archives. We used to use paper. So just because something isn't already online doesn't mean that it can't be gotten. Even if it's a little piece of paper and exists in a student file, I know that they're there somewhere. It's not like we live out somewhere where there's not very many people or we don't have a ton of very prestigious institutions of higher education. This is an excellent opportunity for a grad student, a college student, a high school student to do a research project, do the dirty work, and get in the archives and compile that data. So I really want to impress that import upon the data because I know it's there. I know it's there. It's required by state. It's required by the feds. If we have enough data to do these API, I don't even know what they're called anymore, but all of these testing things, I know it's there. So let's just, get our hands dirty and get our hands on it. Regarding board communications, there's the internet and there's blogs and there's social media. So I think there are ample opportunities for the board to engage in conversation across a wide variety of media, and I encourage you all to do so. Regarding free speech and hate crimes are different. I want to reiterate what several other people said. A threat of violence is not free speech. A threat of violence is not free speech. A noose is a threat of violence. It is a historical threat of violence. It is nothing less. It has historical context. It has been well documented. We know what a noose means. We know what it means to Black bodies. We know what it means to Mexican bodies who were lynched across the border for many, many years. The biggest mass lynching occurred in the 1870s against Chinese immigrants. Okay, so this is something that we know what a noose means. It doesn't exist in an historical vacuum. It is a physical threat of violence. And open discourse does not include threats of violence. And also I just wanted to say, just because something is a law doesn't make it right. So I really urge the board to think very hard, and I think we all are, as a community, really struggling to think about what is right. And we all want to play by the rules. We also need to make sure that the rules are reflecting what is right. What is right to us right now. Finally, regarding the Albany community, racism, and all of the isms, all of this is rooted in white supremacy, and white supremacy does not exist alone. It is based on a confluence of race, or what used to be understood as race, on religion, on gender, on sexuality, on age. All of these things come together. We have been living for 524 years, since 1492, and Columbus sailed the ocean blue. We have been living underneath a system of oppression called colonization. We know this. It also did not come out of a vacuum. The Inquisition happened in Spain for a reason. They came to colonize for a reason, to assert Christian superiority to everyone else, against Jews, against Moors, Muslims. So I just want to remind everyone about that, and also the fact that this is intimately linked to patriarchy and misogyny. So we cannot understand race outside of these other systems because they all operate together. I also just wanted to say, when we think about history and what we know as facts, we have people who died, who are dying because of no reason. Emmett Till died because somebody lied. And we know that now. We just found out, not even a month ago, right? The woman who accused Emmett Till of making comments against her, she lied. And Emmett Till's body was beaten to a pulp. So I say that to remind you, a noose means a threat of physical violence. Finally, as much as I appreciate calls for people saying, we want to make sure all lives matter, we want to make sure everyone is protected, at the end of the day, the question that I keep asking myself is, do Black lives matter in Albany? Thank you.
I promise you I'll be short. I'm Michael Green. There's hate is being permitted more and more in the country, and everyone, including everybody in this room, has to invest heavily in doing something about it. And we have an opportunity here. The collaborative message at the Cornell event, the event at Cornell, of the parents of the victims and the parents of some of the boys who did it, was profound. And you guys should be following them. Val, you said that, I gotta put my glasses on for this because I wrote it down. You said that the goal is to get the student to not repeat the behavior. And I think that's focused on the wrong people. I think the goal should be that the children who were victimized feel safe. That's who we should be focused on. The decisions that you guys are going to have some tough decisions. And the decisions that you make are going to be remembered for the rest of the lives for these young people. And at their 20th reunion, they're not going to remember anything you said. They're only going to remember what you did. That's all they're going to remember. And what you do will play an important piece in their entire life's education, because they're all going to remember this moment their whole lives. You were earlier in the evening, you were hearing a lot of people, not so much in the last 20 or so people, but the first 20 or so people, you were hearing a lot about wanting more transparency. So let's just be real. Why would people ask for that? It's because they're not trusting the process. That's why people, when someone says, I want to know, it's because there's a lack of trust there. And then the last thing I want to say is that at the last hearing, which I guess was at City Hall, there was a lawyer who threatened the five of you. I realize you were on the phone, but who threatened the five of you with, if you expel anybody, that there would be litigation. And so I was curious about that. And so I discovered that he has sued dozens of school districts in California, and he's made over $1 million doing that. And it is your job to not be intimidated by someone who does something like that. And I'll be frank, I watched the body language in the room, and you guys appeared to me to back off. And you appeared to be intimidated by that. And these kids are counting on you to not be intimidated by that. Thank you.
Short and sweet. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Max Weintraub. Oh, sorry. Short statement. Firstly, I want to thank several folks, including LaRon Mallard, for helping me sort through how I was thinking about tonight. It seems strange to be standing before you talking about solutions. Strange because the emotions. Yes, go ahead.
Jackson's mom, before you leave, can I say something really quickly? So, I know that we've talked a lot about action and what we've had to do, but I just want to share part of my reaction to what happened. And I talked about reaction earlier as well. But, okay, so I was shopping in Trader Joe's the other day, and I thought, like, it's like weeks past, right? I'm over this. I'm doing a lot better. I'm not thinking about it as much. But I didn't realize that it was still, like, constantly in the back of my brain, and it's constantly affecting me. So I go, and you're standing there in Trader Joe's, and I know who you are, and you didn't see me, but I broke down. Because I can't be near you, I can't see you, because I'm constantly reminded of what your son and other people's sons have done. And I know that you like to separate yourself and say, well, that's my son and he has separate actions from me, but you have so much effect, like you affect your children so much, and now you're affecting me and all these other people. And just to think that it was still affecting me that much, that I had to freeze and sit down and relax and not cry in the middle of Trader Joe's, and that seeing you was so triggering for me. It's ridiculous. And I know people like to say, like, get over it, it wasn't that big of a deal, and minimalize what happened. But reactions really tell you how big of a deal it was. Because I would not be reacting this way. No one else would be reacting this way if it wasn't a big deal, if it didn't matter, if we just need to get over it. And I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you for telling me. I hear you and I apologize. What would you like me to do now? I am sorry for what my son did to you and to all of the others. We are heartbroken. And I am sorry for what we have done to this community. He would like to communicate with people. And he would like to talk to you. Are you willing to talk to him?
Yes.
When can we talk?
I don't know. I have to check with my mom.
And I would like to say that I have had an email ready to send to your mother. And I've been waiting for the right time because I've been trying to work through people to understand when we can be part of conversations around the healing. I have tried to work through different conversations with other parents, and it has not been open to me.
I understand trying to work through different things.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I understand trying to work through like different levels of things, because before, when betrayal was talked about, I had to work through all the different smiles in the hallway that I got from different people, and all the different hellos and how are you and look at my dance moves and look at how funny I am, and all this BS covering the racist stuff that was going on for so long. And it's not just the Instagram account. If you're actually having these thoughts in your mind and you feel confident enough to put them on an account, just think about how strong those thoughts are. So I understand trying to uncover different things.
Thank you.
So I just want to respond to Jackson's mom because we haven't met before. And as a parent of Amber, part of the issue I think is that there's no expulsion hearing for Jackson. And the school did not find him at fault, even though the girls know that he was a ringleader in making the account. There's something called stipulation where you could come forward to the board and you can basically voluntarily have Jackson have the same consequence that Cedric and Kevin are having. That would be fair. Well, we all know who we're talking about at this point. I'm not on the board, so I just want to say that would be a starting point.
And I would have loved some
and-
privacy in my classroom when pictures were taken of me and compared to a gorilla. Do I fucking look like a gorilla to you? Do I? I don't, do I? So my privacy was yanked away from me. So get ready to know what it feels like.
Well, we are talking, I'm her mother, so you're talking about a minor and an adult, so I just addressed the adult. That part of the issue is that we as parents whose children were targeted do not feel that her son is receiving anything permanent on his record. We have advocated, I've spoken at every single school board meeting advocating for expulsion of the 3 boys who started the account. I did not plan to speak tonight because I am exhausted. I am also a teacher. I work all day long, every day with very difficult children in Richmond. I did not want to speak tonight, but I'm speaking because Jackson's mom is right here. Yes, we have a lot of work to do, but that would be a starting point. Is whoever the lawyer is in the family and the Instagram apology that was put out with a bunch of excuses about how he didn't really do it or he didn't mean to do it, we don't want to hear that anymore because our girls were seriously, seriously injured. May I invite a restorative justice program to help us come together? Who can help us? I've been in conversation with Ron for the last 24 hours. I would like some help. I want Jackson to talk to his friends and his peers. We want to talk.
Okay, what my staff and I are going to look at a restorative, again, I'm going to be really clear. We will look at a reputable, proven restorative justice program that we can bring. What I'm not going to do is just pick one. I think we need to look at it. Mr. Parenti and I are going to work on finding someone who has the reputation, who tried and true will be able to bring families together. And it might be that the restorative justice starts with just individual families rather than bringing a whole group of people together, because that may be what is needed. Okay?
We are very willing and we will do our very best to be available when it is brought to us.
Okay.
We would like to partner on that.
Okay.
And I believe that other boys' parents would also like to be a part of this. In fact, some of them have had conversations with other parents. So there's a lot of interest in this community working together. So thank you for the opportunity.
There are a few people still standing around the podium. Can I just get a show of hands of how many people still want to talk tonight? Okay, so those of you who've raised your hands, 7 people, okay. We'd like to hear from you. Okay.
I'll be brief.
So everybody's really tired. Be cognizant of the fact that people don't listen so well when they're really tired. So the briefer you keep it, the better. And when these 8 people have finished, we're going to be finished for tonight. Thank you.
1 page, large font. It seems strange to be standing before you talking about solutions. Strange because the emotions we, the school, and the broader communities have experienced have swung from outrage at what was discovered on the Instagram account to demonstrations with love and support for the targeted students and coach, to concern for the suspended students due to the handling of their reentry. As we begin the process of identifying solution, let's not forget about what brought us to this point and a strong statement of leadership that is needed. A strong response is required against the students most responsible for the initial incidents that got us here. They violated multiple norms and standards. An Instagram account created by male students was used to racially and sexually harass multiple female students over a period of time. A female student and coach were threatened with a hangman's noose. It's the school's responsibility to create a safe, harassment-free learning environment. A strong response ensures students understand that there are consequences for undermining the appropriate school environment. It also lets Albany Unified School District It also lets them know that the Albany Unified School District is committed to, at a minimum, maintaining that environment, but that's not enough. In the short term, for healing to begin, those who created the incidents and those who were targeted need to find peace. For those who created the incidents, they need support to help them understand why their actions were so hurtful and what they can do to help make those they attacked whole. For those attacked, they need support so they regain confidence that such incidents will not be tolerated and preventative actions are being taken to minimize the likelihood they occur again. In the long term, we need to revisit the Albany Unified School District culture. The challenge posed by recent incidents is to identify what steps are needed to ensure our students develop their emotional intelligence and humanity as they take advantage of the intellectual offerings of the Albany Unified School District. I support the task force proposed by the Administrator's Office, and I hope a strong pool of parents and interested community members join together to gather input and identify strong paths forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is George Fox. I'm a parent of 3 children in Albany School District, including my son is a high school senior here. I was really interested in coming here tonight just to find out what had really been going on. My wife and I, we get the various emails. They're kind of all over the place. Says one thing one day, something else the other day. Really not, those haven't been very successful ways of communicating. So I came here to see, I'm very happy I came particularly because I got to hear what all the community had to say, which was a lot of wonderful things. I was deeply disappointed with what the board had to present. I think people have already pointed out there were a lot of gaps in these timelines. One of the things that kept coming up was, your lawyers limit what you can say. So it turns out I'm an attorney, that's how I make my living. I'm actually very well acquainted with how you mark up documents so that they have lots of words and say really nothing. And I feel like the timeline was that, and also all this talk about board policies. Those sort of things, politicians put them, they pass them, and to make themselves feel good, they addressed a problem. The policies don't do anything unless they're followed up appropriately. I really didn't hear anything that gave me confidence that things would be followed up appropriately. One of the things that came out as an example, right? The discussion about what happened to the principal at Albany High School. Was he fired or not? The emails made it clear, no, he wasn't fired. He voluntarily resigned or, wanted to get reassigned. It feels to me like there's some dishonesty. When in the timeline it says appropriate action was taken, at the same time you're saying that you guys made mistakes. What are we supposed to believe? Was appropriate action taken, or did you make mistakes? Another thing that happened is President Black says, well, these incidents don't happen very much.
Superintendent Williams said, well, I can't talk about all the things that happened because there's just too much. Well, what's true, right? So that was, from my part, I'm thankful that the board had this meeting. I think it's been good for the community. But the board actually needs to do more than just hold meetings and listen to people talk. As an attorney, one of the things that I really appreciate from my work is that, I have to deal with assessing legal risk every day. And what you learn is that if you want to get anything done, you have to deal with risk. That's part of it. When you talk about, well, the lawyers won't let you do that, of course they're not going to tell you to take risk. It's their job to avoid risk. But I don't think you can do anything meaningful without taking on some risk and actually trying to communicate to the whole community what happened, what you're really trying to do. Because I think so many came here to find out, well, what are you guys trying to do to make the community better? And I just didn't see anything meaningful in your presentation. So I'm challenging you to really think about this. Think about what risks you're willing to take, right, to really make a difference. Your attorneys will never tell you the right answer.
Good evening. My name is Clementina Duran. I read somewhere that sometimes it takes a step backwards to take 2 steps forward. I believe that that's where we are tonight. Out of a hateful, hurtful event, hopefully some good can now be advanced. I wanted to mention a few things that I've learned recently. A very small informal poll indicated that not only are students being bullied at Albany High, but that they also do the bullying. A black student said that there is no diversity for him when he's the only African American in his classes. How many other students at Albany High are alienated because they simply are not interested in following the college track? Another black student at the high school told his mom that you could characterize grades and students in this way. Asian kids get the A's, white kids the B's, blacks the C's, and Latinos the D's. Given the state testing results, his analysis strikes a truth. A middle school teacher has observed students grabbing each other's crotches. And last year, a parent of a student in Marin told me her son, a 4th grader at the time, didn't want her walking him to school anymore because her English was not good enough and she dressed differently. Like it or not, the schools have an obligation, not only to students and their parents, but to society in general. We need to create students that not only have critical academic skills, but also have a strong sense of ethics, a moral compass that will guide their social interactions and decisions. Albany Schools needs to teach the values of democracy, shared social responsibility, and character development at all grade levels. Now is the time for those students to heal. And they must see us adults as prime movers in making change, profound and long-lasting changes, so that history does not repeat itself. Of course, the school district and teachers cannot do it alone. The larger community must work together to affirm the common good and common goals. In order for this to come about, people will have to step out of their comfort zones and put themselves in the shoes of students of color and other marginalized students. We must address the needs in order to create a healthy and safe environment. The district task force will need to address such issues as multicultural curriculum in English lit classes, in social studies, and in the fine arts. One high school teacher has been working on an ethnic studies class, but it's not fair that she has been doing it by herself and without resources. With attrition, the district should look aggressively to hire more teachers of color so that students can see themselves reflected, not only in the curriculum, but in the faces of their teachers. Well, of course, yep, absolutely. Attention must be paid to developing more wraparound mental health services for students to show them that we care. These could include tutoring, mentoring, and adult advocates. Tonight here in Albany, we must commit to no more tolerance for sexism, racism, bullying, and gender bashing. We must work hard together because these issues do not go away by themselves. It is time to honor inclusion, diversity, and equality.
I'll say I'll be brief, but I might not be. My name is Yasmin Wooford. Some of you might know me. I, on occasion, volunteer. I am an Albany High School graduate and a woman of color. 1993. I am the mother of 2 young black men. One of them is an Albany High alumni also, and in about 6 weeks, the other one, hopefully, will be an Albany High alumni as well. I tell you that to give you some perspective on my lens through which I have viewed all of this. Because we all have our own lens, our own history, our own baggage, our own upbringing through which we have viewed all of this. And so I'm sharing with you my lens. Both of my children at Albany Middle School were safe school ambassadors. They learned about being a bystander. They learned about good citizenship. Both of my children got in trouble at Albany High School. One of them got suspended. One of them got in trouble because of some questionable choices with social media. I tell you this because I don't have a magic wand to fix what has happened. I don't have a red pill or a blue pill or a solution. I do not condone what happened. I do not diminish what has happened, but I also do not condemn the students who did what they did, because no child is beyond redemption. And I'm speaking now to the adults in the room, to the parents and Albany community members, the parents who have chosen to have their children in Albany schools, to the staff and administration who work for the Albany schools, and to the board members who serve the Albany schools. Not one of us grew up with social media. Not one of us grew up with the internet in our pocket. We didn't have memes, we didn't have cute kittens, we didn't have pornography in our pocket like all of the children that we are raising and educating do. So let's all keep that in perspective. The burden is not just upon the parents and families at home, and it is not just upon the school to teach our children to be good citizens in this world. I'd also like to point out to the adults again how very fortunate, how incredibly fortunate we are on a Tuesday night at almost midnight to still have 50-some people in this room, to have had a packed auditorium at 7 o'clock on a school night, because we are all so passionate about the isms that have come to light at Albany High School. We're so concerned about our schools, about the racism, the anti-Semitism, the sexism that has come to light in our schools. That is why we are all here. You can call Albany isolated or a bubble or a jewel, but we are not here mourning a child who is dead because of a drive-by or because of police brutality. We are not here because of the meth lab in the chemistry lab. We are not here because of a gang rape. We are here because of hurtful, hateful, yes, images and words. We are so fortunate in our Albany bubble, in our little jewel of Albany, that this motivated us. This galvanized us to be here at midnight on a school night. And now I look to the Albany board and to the Albany administrators. Midnight on a school night, you have Albany families, parents, grandparents, and students here because we will not stand for these isms in our school. Okay? We are not talking about some horrific assault. We are not talking about a drug problem. We're not talking about a drive-by. We are so fortunate that we are not talking about that. We are not here talking about metal detectors and guns and a police office located in the high school. We have perspective, but it has been horrific and unacceptable. We do not condone it. And now we look to you to make sure it does not happen again. It does not happen again. And nobody at the district, no board member, no administrator, no staff parent, no parent volunteer, no teacher should have any other priority right now than addressing this. You've got 7 weeks till the end of the school year. You've got the whole summer after that. We, the Albany community, the Albany parents, expect success and resolution out of this board. You have been elected. You have been hired. We trust you with our children. You may have to be here. You have an obligation to be here. You ran for election. You got voted in. You're hired. You are paid to be here. Nobody's paying me to be here at midnight on a Tuesday with a kid about to graduate. Okay? My obligation to Albany schools is almost over. And I am here to say that this is not okay. And we trust you. We are trusting you with our children. We are trusting you to fix this.
It's a privilege to live somewhere where so many diverse opinions can be expressed and can be part of the public dialogue. I want to return to the timeline that was discussed at the beginning. The timeline does not address fully what was done recently in IHS classes and advisory classes at the high school. My understanding is that administrators devised a script that administrators then used in those classes to instruct students in what they could or could not do. And that part of what many students were told was they could not say something that made other students feel uncomfortable. They could not say it privately if someone else might overhear what was said and feel uncomfortable. Now, I'm going to raise what unfortunately seems to be the least popular thing tonight, which is the First Amendment. Now, I will readily concede that the First Amendment was written by many of the people who wrote it were terrible racists. They thought it was okay to own and sell people. They were, by today's standards, simply horrible people. But the First Amendment they devised has been a wonderful tool over the years. It was critical to the civil rights movement. Perhaps the Founding Fathers wouldn't even have liked the First Amendment if they'd known the freedoms it would lead to. But the fact is, we have it, it's important to us, and we should use it. And when students are in high school, they learn about how to be citizens in this country. They come here, they speak in high school. We cannot have a high school where the rule is if speech makes you somebody else uncomfortable, you can't say it. We've heard many things tonight that made many people feel uncomfortable. I heard things that made me feel uncomfortable. I'm sure I've said things that made other people feel uncomfortable. And that's important. That's important that you can say something that makes me feel uncomfortable and I can say something that makes you feel uncomfortable. It's essential to free dialogue. It's essential to democracy. And it is absolutely essential that we allow our high school students not to threaten, not to harass, but to say things that others may find uncomfortable. it is essential to bringing them into our democracy. Thank you.
You need to use the mic.
Is the mic on? Okay. So I really appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate that we have a format where everyone can speak and everyone can be heard, and even if there's a majority of people who believe a certain way and they're really headstrong in a certain way, that they're able to listen to everyone, right? I've picked up on a lot of hurt. I know that both all the families are hurting at this point, right? And there certainly was a mistake that was made. And you got to remember, these are still children. The mechanism in the brain for decision making doesn't completely mature until age 25, right? It's documented, and that's no excuse really. And we as parents, we do need to be involved, and we do need to be checking. We need to be checking Facebook and Instagram and all of them that are out there. It's hard to keep up with them, right? And check text. Check. You really need to be proactive, more proactive than ever, because certain issues have been brought up about certain content being readily available in mobile devices, and it's not just one thing; it's a lot of different things. But let me get to the point where we have, it was brought up where there's two paths that are being talked about for the people, for the students who posted these very hurtful images. I haven't seen them myself. I don't need to. I think I've heard enough. I don't need to bring in the fact that about my personal family, or like my family and how or my past, or anything like that. And okay, so let me say that we have two paths, right, for these children. One is expulsion, is what I've heard, and the other one is some sort of restorative process, right? Now, I can speak from experience. I'm born and raised in California, and I've been in high school. I've been in a high school where there was real violence, and it was horrible, and I don't ever want to see that again, right? And I want to point, there's so much to say, and I'm trying to say it all at once. But I want to say, for people who haven't reached out enough in your community, I mean, you really are. I would think to myself, like, well, what if I ruled out everybody other than who looked like me, who was my color? Well, wow, I'd be losing out on a lot of great people, a lot of great experiences, right? So I think about that, and I think about how it's sad. Like, racism is sad. Like, anti-Semitism or anti-Islam, it's really sad. The hijab is worn for modesty. And in a world where porn is readily available in your mobile device, maybe we could use a little modesty, right? So my point is, we really need to have these conversations like the parents were having with the child, right? We need to really go in the healing direction, because if we expel students, and I've seen this done before, and it's been done a lot, what happens, there was another person up here that was talking about the result of a former expelled student. It didn't work out very well. It doesn't add value to the society, the community, or the nation as a whole. What needs to happen is dialogue needs to happen, healing needs to happen, inclusivity needs to continue to happen, and we need to get through this together. Expelling people does not help. It scars over the wound, and it just doesn't help. And that's pretty much the gist of it. And I'm willing to talk with anyone about, bullying experiences or racial experiences. It's not just one color that has had these experiences, right? But I just want to leave it with, we're one community, and we need to heal this together, and try to figure out some filters or something so we can monitor what's going on, so we can catch it before it gets to that point. But we really need to stay together on this, and and that's it. Yeah, thank you for hearing me out.
Show you.
training of my peers, and one thing we teach is how to identify root problems. And the analogy we always give is, if there's a leaky pipe, you're not going to find the bucket to put under the leak, you're going to fix the leak. And I think it's important to put buckets under the leak, but I think the priority is to fix the leak. And I really, really appreciate your comments, but I think we need to prioritize fixing that leak, because we can put all the band-aids in the world on this problem, but until we identify the problem and we fix the root problem, we will never fully, successfully find a solution.
Hi, I'm a parent of 3 kids in the AUSD, and I'm also on the site council at Cornell Elementary School, and have been in multiple discussions within the site councils involving staff members wanting to be educated and trained in these areas, and have heard and felt really frustrated by the difficulty in finding the money in the budget to do these things. And my question to the board is, in this time of perceived deficit, as I've heard as far as discussions go, how is the AUSD going to decide how much money they're willing to commit to towards these programs that we're talking about? Because this is all going to cost money to train staff, to train students. And so how are we going to make these decisions about how much money is going to go towards it? And where's the money going to come from? And I just want that to be, in the forefront of our discussions here, to get practical about some of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is something the board will have to address. This is our last speaker.
Just what's the process? How are we going to go about? Is it going to be an internal board discussion? Is that going to be like a referendum? How?
All board discussions are public, so it will be at an agendized item at a public board meeting.
Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say a few more things before we all go home tonight, and I can read my book for English and then go to sleep. But I'm glad more than anything that I live in a country where we have elected officials, however we feel about them at the moment, sitting and listening to people, and that we have a group of people who, regardless of their opinion, get to say what they want to say. If I had the power to take everybody who disagrees with me, because God knows there are a lot of people here who disagree with me, and silence them, tell them that they couldn't come here and express their view, I wouldn't dream of it. Because the thing that is most fundamental to me about this country, the thing that makes me proud to be a part of this country, it's not our big military, it's not our healthcare system, it's the rights we have as citizens of this country. And so I think that that's one of the things that it's important that people learn in high school, because we've talked a lot today about what we should learn in high school, what we should teach our high schoolers. And I think one of the things that we should teach our high schoolers is to go out and to debate, to go out and to hear what other people have to say. And you might disagree with them, but to go up there and to disagree with them. I mean, I've heard a very different view of how conversation should be conducted in a way, implicitly, and how people have been talking here tonight. But I believe that the way conversation should be conducted is they say what they believe and you say what you believe, regardless of whether you think they'll agree with you or not. And I think that it's really important that our high schoolers learn that. Because I have a number of people that I know who feel things like I do about this issue, or similar things about this issue. But they're not here tonight. They don't feel comfortable being here tonight, or it's definitely partly that. Maybe you could say it's partly the time at which this is taking place, but I think they should be comfortable coming here and talking about those things. And like a few speakers ago, Dawn, who was standing up here, I think that it's important that the administration encourage that and encourage people to speak and to take time out of their day to participate in these kinds of discussions, even if they don't agree with other people. And the last thing I'll say is just that I appreciate, because of the views which I've just expressed, the basic principle as I understand it of restorative justice, but I think that one of the keys is that it's also kind of a two-way street, and something I've heard a lot here tonight is that it seems like it's very much become a one-way street, because I heard that mother up there, and I mean, we might abhor the event which happened, but the kinds of things which were said to her when she was trying to reach out and trying to make amends, I just don't see how that can lead to a conversation that's really restorative. I mean, if I were that mother, even though what my child had done wasn't a good thing, when I was trying to come out here and kind of bare my heart to this auditorium of people who I've heard speak time and time again about how much they feel hurt and all that, and then to kind of be treated the way she was treated. I mean, if we want to talk about people feeling bad about the way they were treated, I mean, everybody has to if we want to have a truly restorative conversation, it has to be a two-way street. We have to, when other people are opening their hearts to us, we have to open our hearts to them. And that's not something I saw, but it's something I'd like to see if any future efforts did happen with restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it.
I'd like to say just a couple of things. First, I appreciate all the folks from Youth in Government who are here, who are watching them with their silent applause. Second, I'd like to reiterate something that President Black said earlier. Every future meeting we'll have for the foreseeable future, there will be an agendized item so we can have this sort of a dialogue, though ideally in a little more abbreviated windows, because we've got a lot of other things to do. And then lastly, if you have questions, if you don't know something, if you really wonder, ask us. All right? Our answer might be, well, you'll have to talk to this person, or it can't be said because, or here's the fact. But feel free to ask. Send email, phone calls, etc.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for staying this late. Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Meeting is adjourned.